Good evening, everyone. It's Thursday, December 4, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me today for the fifth and final box of a game from Hunt-A-Killer called The Woods, Season 1 of a 3-season series called Empty Faces. Originally produced by a spin-off company from Hunt-A-Killer and then reabsorbed by the company. I think originally released in 2018, re-released early 2020 or 2021, and now slated for decommissioning, slated for retirement at the end of the year, at the end of December. And we have decided to try to play through as many of these games that are going to be retired as possible, especially those that have no playthrough on YouTube, so that we can sort of archive these games for people who can't play them, won't be able to play them in the future, although there may be workarounds and perhaps these games will survive a little bit past December. It's the internet components that are going offline. All right, let's say hello to the chat. Let's see how everyone is doing. We'll talk a little bit about a couple things I want to talk about before we get started today. We played the first 2 boxes of 5 on Monday, then the second 2 boxes on Tuesday. Then we took Wednesday off, and here we are on Thursday to play the 5th box. So this will be a relatively short session compared to the first 2. It's been taking us about 2.5-3 hours per box, so I guess we can expect today at least 2.5-3 hours. We'll do a little bit of a recap before we start today. I have a couple other things I want to talk about, though. YouTube says 16 concurrent viewers, 5 likes. I do suspect we will be down to just a handful of viewers eventually. You shouldn't try to watch this session if you haven't seen the previous 2 sessions on Monday and Tuesday, the previous 4 boxes, because it won't make any sense. And what we've learned from this session so far is heavy on story. In fact, the story is the star here. So if you haven't been following along with the story, then this is all kind of pointless. And if you missed Tuesday's late night session, you missed me spilling water all over my table. Maybe you're the kind of person who's just watching these videos for that possible mishap. I know I watch lots of videos for that reason. In fact, someone needs to start a channel that is just clips of other YouTube channels where something has gone wrong on the stream. Because I would subscribe to that. That's a money-making channel. Let's talk about some other stuff before we get started today. Greg and I just finished playing through Flashpoint Legacy of Flame, a cooperative legacy game, a legacy version of one of our favorite cooperative games, Flashpoint. You can see playthroughs of Flashpoint on this channel, as well as a review of Flashpoint and all its expansions. You can also watch a long, relaxed unboxing of the legacy game on this channel and Greg's first impressions. But yesterday we finished it and recorded our final thoughts, spoiler-free thoughts on Flashpoint Legacy. That has been uploaded to the channel. One of the very few things I do on this channel for Patreon supporters, in addition to letting the Patreon supporters help choose what games we buy with their money, is if you are a Patreon supporter, you have early access to the reviews. So that review will be up there, and then sometime in a week or so it'll go public. I am behind in reviews. I owe lots of spoiler-free reviews to the channel of games we've played. And on that note, I thought we'd try something different today. An experiment. It's probably going to fail, but what I thought we might try doing is, we normally do talk about these games after we finish playing them. We do a sort of spoiler-filled discussion and review. And I thought maybe what we'll try to do is at the end, we'll do it at the end of this video. We're going to talk about this game and this whole season of 5 boxes. But what I'm going to try to do is we're going to do our normal break, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to try to give a short standalone, spoiler-free review off the cuff of the game we've just played, in this case, The Woods. So I'll just talk for a few minutes as a short spoiler-free review, and then I'll go to the chat and we'll have a spoiler-filled discussion. And what I think I'll try to do, if it works, if it's not terrible, is take that last part and make that a standalone spoiler-free review, and maybe a standalone long spoiler-filled discussion, although maybe not. But we'll see. We'll see. All right. Derek says, let's get started. All right. Let's take it easy. No one's rushing it. We're not in any hurry here on this channel. We do have to discuss when we're going to start the next box, which will be the next season of Empty Faces, called The Mountain. So I think we'll either start Friday night or Saturday night, and again try to play 2 boxes. I'm not sure whether it will be Friday night or Saturday night, though. So you're going to have to keep an eye on YouTube, and I may not know until a little bit before. So I may not know till like 9 p.m. and then maybe we'll start. If we do, I'll do it this way. If we are going to play a game Friday night tomorrow, if we are going to start a new box tomorrow, it won't be till 11 p.m. So sometime before 10, I will post whether we're going to start a new set, a new box on Friday. If not Friday, it'll be Sunday. Anything else to talk about? Let's thank again Elaine Covington for sending me this game for us to play. Okay. If there's nothing else, if no one else has anything they want to talk about in the chat, let's do a little bit of a recap of our story. In the first box, we were contacted by this woman, Grace. I forget the last name. Her granddaughter has gone catatonic. She went into the woods. She came back a shell of her former self. She can't talk. She's just lost in her own world in bed. The grandmother has to feed her, whatever. She's completely catatonic. And we get access to this girl, Isabella's diary, as well as a blog that she created with her best friend, Kayla. And what we learn is that Isabella comes from a family, a matriarchy of witches, natural practitioners of magic, not evil, but doing the old world magic, old world spell casting, communing with nature and using plants and stuff to cast spells, etc. So we learn about Isabella's life through her diary, and through her blog, we sort of get a glimpse of her from her friend who goes to school in the city, in the town, and the two of them talking about magic and looking at Isabella's hex book that she got from her grandmother. Isabella is homeschooled. She has no exposure to the larger world. She's quite enraptured by the idea of town and the city and going out in the world. And we get a little glimpse into what has happened to Isabella. We hear about how when you dream, your spirit leaves your body into the spirit world, and sometimes it has a hard time getting back into the body. And then when that happens to people, they're sort of hollowed out. Matching our description of catatonic, we hear about a doctor who's been caring for her. And as the boxes go in, we learn that the grandmother thinks there's some evil spirits going on. One of those evil spirits has taken possession of the doctor And so on our last book, we sort of did a spell. In each box, we've had to do some spells to sort of protect them and make progress. It does seem like there are evil forces in the woods or out there, but we're not sure exactly what they want. And we thought the doctor was evil, but now he looks like he's just been taken over by a spirit. But one of the key things we think we figured out is that there's some spirit in the woods. And it seems to be jealously stalking Isabella. And it's carving things in the trees, and we think it took over the doctor and had him carve things in the trees, messages, using this ancient language. I guess these are not notes by the spirit. Maybe the spirit actually uses the semaphore. Sorry, the spirit uses the semaphore language, which is a different code, which I don't have here. But one of the messages that the spirit said is something along the lines of, "You liked the gift I got you for Samhain, you're my only friend." And as Isabella and Kayla, her best friend, this girl is in high school, as they get closer, we think maybe this spirit is getting jealous. And or the spirit is using Isabella to get into the real world. So it's not quite clear. Is Isabella being kept in the forest by this creature, which we think we decoded his name as Arwen, A-R-W-N or something? We looked that up. It's some ancient Norse mythology spirit. But there's two other pieces of connections to our story of figuring out what's happening. One is Isabella seems to be reaching out to Kayla through the blog. So we have access to the blog that the two of them created. And Isabella is writing on this blog saying that Isabella is missing. Kayla is writing on the blog saying Isabella is missing. And Kayla, who's starting to write on this blog, is starting to point out that she mentions all these posts got password protected, but not by her. She doesn't know who. And as we unlocked some of these, we see that it's actually Isabella reaching out to contact Kayla and ask for help. And so Isabella's trapped in some nether world where she can access the internet somehow, but she has no body. And then we got little clippets of a book that seem to parallel what's happened to Isabella, where she can sort of look down on her body, but she can't reach her body, and maybe there's some evil spirit going on. So one of the things we know we have to do is unlock all of these blog posts. We still have quite a few that we haven't unlocked. But the other thing that we found out in the last box is that to save... We're told a story about animals who have to recover their true names in order to be free and see themselves and understand where they fit in the world or something. And it seemed like our mission is to figure out Isabella's true name, so her spirit name or whatever, and that will free her. But we were thinking, maybe we're trying to figure out what the spirit who's occupying her body's name is, Arwen, or... we don't know exactly. We don't know how this is going to end, except that we want to save Isabella and reunite these two friends. And the grandmother is ready to sacrifice anyone and do whatever sort of dark magic she has to save her daughter. She's sort of ruthless, which I admire in her, but she is worried about us, that we could get ourselves into danger. So we've been careful, we've been doing some spells, but there is some real risk to our life, our sanity, and we don't really know the nature of the adversary we're up against. And we don't know where this season fits into the 3-season set. Like, we don't know what's next. But that's our recap. Is there anything that I've missed from the recap? Rick says the spirit probably uses semaphore because he spent a few years in the Navy. Well, he may have spent a few years in on the sea. We really don't know. We really don't know about this spirit. We have seen some photos that look like a very creepy, dark shadow creature. How about the doctor? Well, we know the doctor's not evil now. We know he was just been possessed by the spirit. And we, at the end of last session, we performed a banishing ritual to free the doctor from the spirit. So we think that maybe the doctor's fine now. And we know that the spirit somehow communicates through the lightning. And by lightning, the term they use, the grandmother and daughter, lightning is sort of like the internet. It's anything computer stuff. So that's why these electronic photos have been corrupted. And that's why the doctor's reports that got printed out are corrupted. So we're keeping our eye open for anything electronic, which could be a way of Isabel trying to contact us, but could be the spirit as well. All right, let's open our fifth and final box here. All right, so you'll remember that Elaine has got printouts of stuff so that when the internet goes offline, someone can still play it. So I don't think that we need these. In fact, I can see I've forgotten to put my table out here. All right, so we shouldn't need these. There's our content and our code. Here are our materials for today. Whoa, there's been like a ritual in every box, and this looks like we may have another one. Oh, a very creepy little locust here. Locust necklace. I'm not a fan of bugs, I gotta say. Oh, tried to get away. Put that away. All right, here's the letter from the grandmother. Let's start here. Yeah, my lights did get possessed. That was scary. All right, here we go. The finale of the woods. Dear stranger, the lowering sun approaches the horizon. Night is breaking. The final hour is upon us. Our mutual endeavor has succeeded better than I hoped, though it grieves me to say it. Dr. Oliver, who was so long afflicted, has been freed from the malign influence at last, though his life was forfeit. I warned you of the perils of this undertaking. It seems now the risks were even greater than I knew. If only I could have seen ahead with as much clarity as I now see what has already passed, so much suffering could have been avoided. It shall be the enduring burden of my waning years, all the harm that might not have been. I received another missive from the girl Kayla, Isabella's heart companion, and I have at last forfeited myself enough to open it. I have shared with you another talisman to support you too. The cicada is a wise and noble creature, reborn according to a sacred cycle, and it will give you strength to come through this trial safely. I am grateful. I have tools and charms to help in this pursuit, though the ache of the lightning itself was not as terrible as I feared. Isabella's words, as you will see, cut deep. It is so much worse than I dared believe. I have hesitated even to write these words to you, so wholly do I wish they were not true. But I can deceive myself no longer. The time for halcyon hopes has passed. I know at last what must be done. I have supplied you with 2 guides in this endeavor. First, a tale passed down for generations by the women in my family, which will trace for you the shape of Isabella's maze. I knew the moment that I read her words, this was the labyrinth of which she spoke. Second, I have made ready the spell that will help Isabella set her freedom into motion. I can help you find her true name only. The weaving of the rest must be her own. I know indeed when I look at Isabella now, I can see her spirit yearning to be free. I see the toll the dark has taken on her. My poor brave girl. You will only have to persevere a little longer. Your relief is coming soon, I swear. I'm glad, if nothing else, that I won't descend into this final trial of darkness all alone. Your aid, dear stranger, has been such a comfort in these dire days. I know I could not accomplish what is to come without your help. Until then, I am cherishing my time with Isabella and strengthening my resolve to do what must be done. I urge you to do the same. The way that remains is dark and tangled, and our adversary will try to foil us with every step. Grace Montgomery. Okay, so this is a little talisman to protect us, the noble cicada. And she is going to help us find Isabella's true name, known to the spirit. Okay, in here is the letter she mentioned from Kayla, which normally she can't read because it injures her, because it's sent electronically. But she's already resolved herself to suffer, so she did read it, but we can read it too. Actually, we've got 2 things here. One is from a hotel, and one is Kayla's normal letter. Let's start with that one. Here's Kayla writing to the grandmother. So the grandmother describes them as heart companions. So we've wondered if they're obviously close best friends, but there may be stronger feelings between the 2. And Kayla, we should say, feels quite guilty because what Kayla thinks happened is that Isabella normally wears a bracelet of protection and twine that the grandmother gave her. And one day Kayla came back and gave Isabella a band, a little friendship band, as a present. And she thinks she's found Kayla's normal protection necklace behind a dresser and that Isabella lost it by accident, so Kayla blames herself. Dear Miss Montgomery, Isabella told me once that wishing for something was a kind of magic all by itself, so I guess you could call this my spell. Please open this letter. Please, please, please open this letter. If you won't do it for me, do it for Isabella. She needs you. She's been trying to show me the way, but we need your help. Earlier this week, I got a letter in the mail. I had no idea who would be writing to me, but I thought the handwriting on the envelope looked familiar, although it was also wrong somehow. As soon as I started reading, I realized why that was. The letter was from Isabella, and according to the postmark on the envelope, it was mailed during the time she was missing. I think the letter had been redirected or lost or something because she got my address wrong, but it reached me in the end. Hopefully it's not too late. I'm including the letter with this note so you can read it for yourself. I wish you didn't have to read it, but you need to know. I've wondered what happened to her during the months that she was gone, but now I almost wish I didn't know. It's hard to read, but what she wrote does make a lot of other things start to make sense in a horrible kind of way. I told you before that Isabella and I were writing in this online journal thing a while back. I tried to look at some of our old entries, and they had been hidden somehow. For the longest time, I couldn't figure out how to unlock them. But once I read her letter, I got it. I don't know how she did it, if it was the lightning's fault or because she's body without soul or what. But she's there somehow on the blog, in between the lines. She's been trying to get through to me all this time, only I couldn't see it. I hate to think of her right there, reaching out with nobody to hear her. Ever worse, I'm pretty sure that whatever you call the thing that was possessing her, I know she's there, and it's closing in. To be honest, though, even now that I've found her hidden messages, I'm not sure I know what to do with them. Her words came through wrong, backwards or all mixed up, but there are a few things I could follow. She kept talking about her true name and dark clouds and some kind of labyrinth. I understand bits and pieces of it, but overall I can't really make sense of it. You understand how this magic works, and you know Isabella better than anyone in the world. If anyone can put all the pieces together, I'm sure it's you. I feel like I've failed her all over again. I love her so much, but all I've done the whole time I've known her is put her in danger. And now that she really needs me, I can't do anything to help her. I hope she can forgive me. So this, we are told, is a letter from Isabella herself while she was missing. Probably she's possessed someone else who's sleeping and had them write it, is what I'm guessing. Kayla, where am I? I woke up here and I'm so lost. I'm seared. I'm sinking into shadow. I don't remember. I don't remember something. The lightning, every corner of my vision swallowing up. There's so much darkness around me, weeks and weeks. There are flashes. Stand by the roadside, a man's face, a house. Shift down, a river under the ground, the pale moon rising, but I don't know if they're real. Whenever I come back to my body, I'm lost. I don't know where I am. What does it want with me? I think we were supposed to go to a party. The trees were dying golden brown. I was coming to you. That's the last time I was myself. Now there's snow today. Or now there's nobody. Without something, the black sky beckoning. I don't recognize anything here. I'm falling into emptiness. I want to come home. Please tell Granny I will find her. I will make her dream of me. I will try to find you too, somehow. But if I don't, I want you to know you are the darling of my heart. What does this word say here? You are darling of my heart. Can anyone understand what that said? S-L-I-G? I don't know what that says. You are the darling of my heart, something. I think I am wayfaring, and and I'm not sure I can, and then it said, please help. I'm not sure I can find my way home. I will leave you a path that will be clear if you remember what I taught you. I'm trying to be strong, but it's so much stronger. I can feel darkness. I'm frightened. But I will be like the rabbit and accept the sacrifice. She's crossed out. I will be like the rabbit and accept what must be as bravely as I can. I've been so happy with you and with Granny. I'll be glad to... And then she's crossed off something. I'll be glad to... I don't know if you have any hope of figuring out that. The labyrinth is the key to many doorways. Once you have gone far enough and evoked my true name, knock twice on the grass, and twice and twice and twice again, until my sight goes dark. Wait for me. Tell Granny I will never weave the labyrinth. If I can come find me, get me free, find me, set me free. Tell Granny I will never weave the labyrinth. If I can come find me, set me free. That's weird. Wait for me. Tell Granny I will weave the labyrinth. If I can, period. Come find me, set me free. Weave the labyrinth, or I think that might be a deliberately like it sounds like leave the labyrinth, but I wonder if that's like a little clue of weaving the labyrinth. Here's always Isabella DeRosum. Well, that's pretty tragic. Let's keep this cicada nearby. Oh my God, look at that. That's the spirit. That's the evil spirit. That's Isabella. And this photo has gotten corrupted to show her evil spirit is in her body, just like it was in the doctor's body. The doctor got saved, but got killed in the process. That was brutal. But she still thinks that's the best thing. Let's try not to get Isabella killed in the process, but it sounds like that might even be better if we had no choice. Better she die than she live in this hollowed out state. That is spooky. Okay, here's a little story about the doctor. Dr. Harold Gray Oliver. Dr. Harold Gray Oliver, retired General Medical Officer of the United States Navy and veteran of the First Gulf War, died of natural causes at his home. He was 84. He is survived by his wife, Francine Renee Braun, and his son, Grisham. Born and raised in Cooper's Rock, Dr. Oliver was the son of Dr. Samuel James and Linda Harwood Oliver, and followed in his father's footsteps to serve both in the military and as the local physician. He was one of the last doctors in the region to make house calls and was widely regarded as a champion of the sick and a model neighbor. He was sometimes referred to as Dr. Hargo by local children, a silly portmanteau of Harold G. Oliver. A family service will be held next Friday at noon. In lieu of flowers, his son has asked that donations be made to Radiant Mountain Charities. Okay, well, that poor guy died, but we at least freed him from the evil spirit. All right, now, there's only two more physical items in this box. It's an excerpt from a story and a long message, I guess, from the grandmother. Let's read this story. So we've seen these story excerpts from books that, mostly a book called The Blue House. that seem to parallel Isabella's situation. So we're looking in it for clues. We see a rabbit, and we read that Isabella's letter said she was going to try to be as brave as the rabbit. Oh, this might be a little hard to read. Let's see here. In terms of emotional. Lost in the labyrinth. Though all creatures of the earth were once in harmony, life was not entirely without strife. In the old times, when all the animals still had possession of their true names, and so could still discern each other's speech, there was a young rabbit who was attacked by a fox. The terrified creature escaped, but was badly injured. She fled through the forest, certain that at any moment the fox would close the distance between them and finish her off. When she reached her warren, she went in search of a safe place to hide. First she went down and to the right, but thought she heard the fox calling out after her. She went further and further into the maze of tunnels, turning this way and that, but still she felt sure the fox was about to catch her and devour her. Before long she had gone so far that none of the roots or stones around her looked familiar anymore, and she knew that she was lost. Wounded, exhausted, and afraid, the rabbit lay down and wept, for she could not find her way home. After a while she heard a noise nearby and looked up to see 3 cicadas creeping toward her. They were on their way to the surface, where the cicadas' arrival had been long awaited. "Excuse me," said the rabbit, "I'm lost and cannot find my way. Can you tell me where I am?" "You don't know?" they asked in great surprise. When the rabbit said that she did not, the 3 insects conferred amongst themselves for a time. The green cicada had lived for many years beneath the earth and was the wisest of the 3. He said, "We will put a question to you, and if you can answer it, you will surely know exactly where you are." The rabbit agreed and listened to the green cicada's words. "While she lives, she casts a shadow, and when she dies, light may be seen. Her flesh is used to make the strongest tools, and her fruit is the fruit of the unenclosed land. Who is she?" The rabbit thought for a while, and at last she knew to whom the great tangled roots around her must belong. She gave her answer, and the insects praised her insight. "Since you have now proven yourself," they said, "we will answer any question you would like to ask us. What would you like to know?" The rabbit considered this offer for a while. At first, she thought to ask how she might avoid the fox's jaws again, but she could tell there would be no second encounter with the fox for her. Then she thought to ask them to show her the way home, but she had grown so weak by this time that she knew she could not make the journey. Instead, she said, "I have been afraid for a long time, and I am in great pain. How may I be made free from my suffering?" The green cicada said, "Every flower fades in time. Perhaps you should ask the highest tree, at whose feet we now sit, for she knows everything there is to know in this wide world." The rabbit thanked the insects, and they continued on their way. Then the rabbit lay down again and closed her eyes. She was so very tired and so very frail. But she gathered up what strength she had left and called upon the wise old tree in whose roots she lay. After a time, the rabbit heard the response to her plea. "I can do what you ask," the ancient tree said, "though there will be a cost. I will pay it said the rabbit. Whatever it may be, if it means I may be free of fear. You must give up your true name to me, said the tree. To be truly free, you must relinquish your greatest strength, and only then will you find relief. Is it wrong of me to do so? The rabbit asked, worrying that it was her fear alone that drove her to ask this of the tree. Not at all, dear one, the tree replied. You are very brave to make such a sacrifice. So the rabbit whispered her true name to the great tree, who accepted it tenderly and wove a spell to set the weary rabbit free. Well, that was pretty rough. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. But that's pretty serious. Well, why don't we not dwell on it? Let's just sit with that for a bit. And take a look at this instead. We let that sink in. So it's writing in the old witch alphabet. Again, we see it looks like a reference to the tree. We know that Isabel and Kayla had a little secret clearing that she showed us a picture of. And we know how to decode this alphabet. So in addition to this message, we have a note which is probably from the grandmother. That's how the previous note worked, or from Isabella. But let's read. This is her addendum to this thing. A practitioner's true name is her greatest power and a closely guarded secret. It is an emblem of her spirit drawn from another ancient alphabet and is used to strengthen spells and bind the earth's power to her or to hear. Knowing someone's name gives you power over them. Let's remember that, because we know this spirit's name. This evil spirit, we think we know its name. In fact, before we forget, we've seen a bunch of four-letter semaphore, what looks like they might be signatures, and one we decoded, but the rest were like weird CSLR, CSDR, etc. So I don't want to forget to look at those. Those feel like a clue we don't understand. But knowing someone's true name gives you power over them. Particularly a person's true name. With their true name, you can enchant someone, call on them to do your bidding, or perhaps the most hazardous spell of all, invoke the labyrinth of the named. Invoke a labyrinth of the unnamed. The labyrinth of the unnamed. Only the practitioner herself may weave this spell, and each practitioner's labyrinth takes a different form, according to the shape of her life's dreams. I know now that this must be what she intends. I can sense that she has set it into motion even now. It is up to you to navigate her maze and help her achieve her ends. The signs of ancient legends will point the way. But first you will need to know her true name. I am sworn to sacred silence, so I cannot tell you. But this spell, which I have prepared with gall ink from the acorns of our sacred oak, will reveal it clear enough. I've enclosed a token clipped from the hem of her night dress, her nightgown, her night dress, to be her effigy. That's one of the password protected posts, is effigies. Guard my dear girl's name and use it only when the time is right. Okay, so we're going to decode this message, but it seems clear to me that effigy is going to be the password protected blog that we're going to absolutely need to decode in this session, if not the others. I mean, there's a whole bunch more that we haven't gotten in. We haven't gotten into Wormwood, Hawthorne, but effigies here seem like you might even, the token clipped from the hem of her night dress to be an effigy. So I don't know if that means we know enough to get in there, if we should guess that it's night dress or something. Why didn't she say what this bowl was for? Maybe that's going to say it here. All right. We did make, at the last session, a little alphabet for ourselves of the symbols. I found another one afterwards online that's a little bit easier to read, so maybe we'll see if we can't use this one. The way we've been focusing, because of our limited time together to get through these, is we've tended to go to the website when we've decoded some of it. But I kind of feel like, because of the emotional weight, we might, in fact, try to decode all of this. I wouldn't mind having a full sheet of paper for it. Maybe we'll use this. Well, at least we'll start decoding it, and then we can go online for the rest if we get tired. But as we go, we'll get a little bit faster at this. Okay, it's an M-I-X. Mix. And then we will get faster at this. But this will be a good time. You can go take a break. This is S-A. I think that was our G or L. G. Okay, mix sage. It'd be easier if I made a copy of this, but okay, mix sage. Which one is this? I don't recognize this one. I wonder if this person transcribed it a little oddly. Where's our translation of that one? Vertical divided circle. Doesn't look like that though. VWV. It's kind of like a W. I think it's going to be a W. W-I-T-H. Okay. Mix sage with. Maybe I'll put the dots there that this thing wants to use. Okay, mix sage with, again, here's one we don't quite have. or at least it's not on here. Let me see if it's on online. Mix Sage with, looks like it could be the U, but I guess it'll become clear as we do the rest of these. N, that's a D. That one is, again, our N. I-N-D, oh no, this one. That's L-I-N-G. What is this one? That's the kindling. Okay. Mix sage with kindling. That's the first line. And then in F L A M FLAME S A F E. Mix sage with kindling in flame safe. This is going to be vessel. Okay, then we've got third line S. Is that an E? I guess that is our E. S-E-T-A set A I-G-H-T. Set a light. This is our W-I-T. Set our H. With. This was one of our odd ones. I think that might have been our B. We've got a better translation of it, yes, with B. This is not, it's like they changed some of these alphabets. Okay, B, L, A, C, K. That's again C, A, candle. Mix sage with kindling in flame safe vessel. Set alight with black candle. Okay. Then we've got our triple triangle here. I think we have it better. Triple triangle. It's a P. P is the triple triangle. I don't know why it's done differently here. Okay. P L A C E. Place I N A. I think that is an N, right? No, that's not an N. It's an S. I S. Place A B A B E L L. Isabella's T O K E N. Place Isabella's token. We'll do this and then we'll take a break. So if you don't want to sit for this, feel free to skip to the next break. U P O. It's going to be the N. T H E F L A M E. Place Isabella's token upon the flame. It's this whole ritual to catch her true name, huh? Okay, here we are now down to this line. R E C. That's our I. Recite. Maybe this is the words we have to recite here. Okay, we're reciting H-E-A, probably an R, right? Hear me, I-S-A-B-E-L-L-A. Hear me, Isabella. This is the bell we're reciting to get her back. Hear me, Isabella. I N V O K E. I invoke Y-O-U. I invoke you. B Y T T. This one is H E. By the F I R E. By the fire. A N D T H E, and the E A R T, and the earth. A N D and T H E, and then we have R E I R, and the rain. We don't want to get any of the spell wrong, or it might not work. Hear me, Isabel, I invoke you by the fire and the earth and the rain. Okay, that was here. God help us if we miss a line of this, but that was our long line. Okay, here we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we're on line 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Line 9. Okay. S-P-E-A-K. Speak. T-O-M-E. Speak to me. O. That's not our A, that's our U. Speak to me, you are your. Speak to me, your. S P I R I T. Speak to me your spirit, N-A-M-E, your spirit name. Okay, so we're going to ask her to tell us her spirit name. Okay, next line. That's the one I always have trouble. H. H O L H O L D. Hold, T H E. Hold the T R. Hold the tree. A B O U U A B O V. Hold the tree above F L A M E. Hold the tree above the flame. The tree above the flame. Maybe it means the picture of the tree. I wonder. Hold the tree above the flame. Next line is a long line. Q U E S C H Q U E. This is probably an N, right? Quench. Quench. Q U E N C H. Quench. T H E F L A M E. Quench the flame. And then WITH. Quench the flame. WITH. That's our triangle, double triangle, but not with the, oh, that's I. Is that our I? Yes, that's our I. C, Y. Quench the flame with icy, BATER. This is water, icy water. Quench the flame with icy water. That brings us to here. Two more lines. G A Z E, gaze. A T, gaze. at, two more lines I said, right? Have I jumped ahead? G-A-Z-E, gaze at, this is our S, P, E, this is going to be an L, gaze at spell, A, N, D, and H, E, R, gaze at spell and her, seems like, gaze at spell, A, N, D, H, E, R, T, R, T, R, U, and her true name, N-A-M-E, and her true name, last line, B-I-L-L-B-E, and her true name, this must be a W, her true name will be R-E-V-E-A-L-E-D. Okay, so here is our spell instructions. Mix sage with kindling in flame safe vessel. Set alight with black candle. Place Isabella's token upon the flame, and then you recite, "Hear me, Isabella, I invoke you by the fire and the earth and the rain. Speak to me your spirit name." So that's our quote. This is the thing we recite, this little rhyming thing. Okay, and then hold the tree above the flame, quench the flame with icy water. Gaze at the spell and her true name will be revealed. So it seems like this might be what we hold by the fire, and her name might appear. Well, we've got our work cut out for us, but I'm not sure we know what to do once we get that. Maybe this is for the icy water. Seems like if you're going to tell someone to run this little spell and you send them something, maybe you should give them instructions. Like, what if we mess up the spell? I guess it was actually interesting. In the letter that the grandmother sent us, she said, I felt compelled to open Kayla's letter. And then at Kayla's letter, it said, you know, Isabella once told me that even just wishing for something is sort of like a spell. So she says, this is my spell. Please, please open this. Like, it feels like intentions are the most important thing here. So like, even if you got the spell a little bit wrong, as long as your heart was in the right place, it would work. Let's take a break. I'm not really ready to run this spell yet. I think we have other things to do, but I'm not sure if we have to get the name first. But this letter said a whole bunch of stuff we have to do. We have to go in the labyrinth. We need to know her name. But then we have the encrypted blog stuff. I don't know what order we're supposed to do these. I'm a little nervous about that. But why don't we take a break? I'll get the materials ready, and then we can discuss if we should start by performing the spell or by trying to get into the blog. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. My cat heard that we were dealing with some spirit creatures. Maybe she wants to learn her true name, or she wants to offer some help for us. So, a major question we have to figure out is whether we are ready to perform that spell now to figure out Isabella's true name, or whether it's not time for that yet. We may want to reread the messages from the grandmother. All right, sorry, you may have to get down here. Let's take a look, and let's look again at what the grandmother said that we're supposed to do here. Okay, she says she saved the old man, but he died. She says, Isabella's words, as you will see, cut deep. I guess that's the letter she's talking about. I've supplied you with two guides. The first is a tale passed down for generations by women in my family. That must be the rabbit lost in the labyrinth tale, which will trace for you the shape of Isabella's maze. Two guides, a tale which will trace for you the shape of Isabella's maze. I knew the moment I read her words, this was the labyrinth of which she spoke. Second, I have made ready the spell. Okay, so those are the two things she's given us. And then what does she say? She says, I've made ready the spell that will help Isabella set her freedom into motion. They can help you find your true name only. The rest of the weaving must be her own. I know what must be done. I dread to take this step. I'll do whatever it takes. You will have to persevere a little longer. The way that remains is dark and tangled. Our adversary will try to foil us with every step. So she says this story is going to give us the shape of Isabella's maze. This is supposed to give us the shape of Isabella's maze. And it does tell us a little bit about it in some weird ways. It might be nice to, you might want to mark this up. Like, where does it tell us? It told us some weird things. Like here, it says, first she went down and to the right. So then she went further and further into the tunnels, turning this way and that. Down and to the right. Down and to the right. So she goes far and far around the roots till the roots and stones don't look familiar. Then she meets the cicadas. Maybe this isn't, maybe this is not the way to do it. Down and to the right. Okay, then she meets the cicadas. Maybe I'll just write it on here. Down and to the right, and then into tunnels. Down to the right, and then tunnels and shapes she doesn't recognize. And then they say, ask the tree. Now remember, this is shape. I wonder if we should be like, I just saw this word left jumped out at me. She gathered up with strength she had left, called upon the wise old tree. So she says, you tell me your name, and she did, and then the tree accepted it, tenderly wove a spell. So I mean, you could imagine lots of different ways to interpret this, but before we go on a wild goose chase, a rabbit hunt, to make sense of why this is the shape of the labyrinth, we don't know what we would do with that information. Maybe that's a website thing. And we could look at her note again. She says, tell Granny I will weave the labyrinth if I can. So she is doing some spell which creates a labyrinth that will hide her. And then we are going to get her to give us the name, which is going to be able to set her free. The other thing, so it feels like most of this we don't know how to use it other than to get her name. Once we get her name, what do we do? Well, it's possible that with her name, we could get into this blog. Or it's possible that something else gets us into this blog. Let's read the back of this again. I almost forgot. Practitioner's name is her greatest power, closely guarded secret. It's an emblem of her spirit, drawn from another ancient alphabet, and is used to strengthen spells and bind the earth's power for her. Knowing someone's name gives you power over them, particularly a person's true name. With their true name, you can enchant someone, call on them to do your bidding, or perhaps the most hazardous spell of all, invoke the labyrinth of the unnamed. Only the practitioner herself may weave this spell, and that each practitioner's labyrinth takes a different form according to the shape of her life's dreams. Like, we may have to go back through the old boxes and look for her diary. Like, the word dream is mentioned in her diary. She certainly must talk about her dreams. I wonder if that's relevant. I know now this must be what she intends. I can sense she has set it in motion. So she has weaved a bit of a labyrinth, has our girl, Isabella. It is up to you to navigate her maze and help her achieve her ends. The signs of ancient legends will point the way. The signs of ancient legends will point the way. That sounds relevant for us. So we have to find her labyrinth. So Isabella's labyrinth, what we know about it is she weaves it. The shape of the rabbit story and the shape of her dreams. Excuse me. And the signs of the ancient legends. Signs of the ancient legends point the way. The signs of the ancient legends point the way. A tale passed down from generations could otherwise be known as a legend. So that could also be talking about the signs here pointing the way. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't end up on a website. Down and to the right. Signs of ancient legend. Like, could there be text hidden in here? Take us to a labyrinth. I'm sort of got the vibe that the labyrinth may be on a website somewhere, because that's where she's trapped. First, you will need to know her true name. So I think maybe we do have to figure out her name first. I am sworn to sacred silence. I cannot tell you, but this spell which I have prepared with gall ink from the acorns of our sacred oak will reveal it clearly. I've enclosed a token clipped from the hem of her nightdress. So this is her token. To be her effigy. Guard my dear girl's name. Use it only when the time is right. Okay, so, but the first thing we need to do is get her name. So we are going to do the spell now. All right. She says the first thing we need to do is... All right, so let's keep the cicada close. This is going to protect us. The wise cicada. Okay, let's try to get the stuff that could light on fire out of our way here. Need this, but the only other thing we really need nearby is the spell and the translation of the spell and the tree. All right, well, wish me luck here. Bring over our table. Hope everyone has their tea and coffee nearby. I guess this is meant to be our fireproof vessel. Maybe we'll put it in this to be doubly safe. We do have ice water here. This is the same thing we used in our, I guess it's the same cap we used in our spell. And I have something to put out our fire. Maybe we'll do it with this for now. Okay, now we need the black candle from a previous box. And we need the sage, right? Mix sage with kindling in flames. So we're going to need some of the stuff from previous boxes here. So here is our black candle. Now, did we get any kindling at any point? I mean, there is kindling, it feels like, in the sage. Right? It's like sage. But we could use a piece of matchstick if we needed to for kindling. All right, let's try not to mess this up. Mix sage with kindling in flame-safe vessel. Set alight with black candle. So it seems like maybe we need to take some pieces of sage here. Okay. Set alight with black candle. So this will be our kindling. Certainly smells of sage. I don't know, you guys can't smell it, but it's got a very strong smell of sage. Mix sage with kindling in flame-safe vessel. Set alight with black candle. Put Isabella's token upon the flame. Then we recite, hear me, Isabella, I invoke you by the fire and the earth and the rain. Speak to me your spirit name. Then we hold the tree above the flame, like this, perhaps. And then we quench the flame with icy water. Then we gaze at the spell, and her true name will be revealed. Hold the tree above the flame. There's not much flame there, but okay. Can add more kindling if we need to. I am going to do one thing here. I'm going to take Isabella's token, and I am going to cut it in half so that we only use half of it in case we need to do a backup spell. I think we might need more fire, but okay. We don't need this anymore. Okay. Do we need the lights off here? A little dark. Okay, that's fine. We've mixed sage with kindling in a flame-safe vessel. We're going to set it alight with the black candle. Then Isabella's token goes in, and then we recite. Okay, we're setting it alight with the black candle. Then we add the token on the flame. Oh, it's kind of still going. Okay, okay. Maybe we can add a little bit to it. Okay, we were reciting, "Hear me, Isabella, I invoke you. By the fire and the earth and the rain, speak to me your spirit name. Hold the tree above the flame." Oh, something's happening. Okay. So something absolutely happened. And now we quench the fire with icy water. Then we gaze at the spell, and her true name is revealed. Well, it definitely gave us that symbol. I don't think anything else. I think it was just that symbol. And now it's disappearing. We gotta quickly write that down. That was it. It's gone. That is her true name. But how do we get a name out of that? It wasn't quite pi. Like pi is a bit of a curve. And do we have a symbol like that in our alphabet? I don't think so. I mean, our alphabet doesn't have a symbol quite like that. So I'm not sure how to get a name. I think you drew it upside down. Did I? I mean, I guess we need to know. Can someone go in the rewind and see if I drew it upside down? Hold the tree above the flame, gaze at the spell, and her true name will be revealed. It's gone now, but I believe it was this, but someone can tell me if I drew it upside down. It was a very simple shape, like that. Well, even if it's upside down, that's all we can be able to remember that. Harry says that it's true it was upside down, so you're saying it was like this. This is our symbol. This is her true name, not this. Suppose it doesn't really matter yet. I mean, it certainly will matter if we have to save her. That is her true spirit name. What makes sense that it's in some language we don't quite understand. All right, let's put everything else away. We managed to do that without causing a disaster and a fire and all that. So, good for us. Put that away. Hopefully we won't need it again. We have another piece of our thing in case we need to do that spell again. Now, let's remember that we may, I mean, Isabella may be in a little bit of danger with her true name being revealed. So it's maybe good that we don't know how to pronounce it. However, it does raise a question. How do we, if we thought we would put it into the website as a password, we're not sure how to do it. So I wonder if we could search for symbols. I mean, don't say it out loud, but I wonder if we can use the lightning to... Let's try something. This was the symbol. Let's try something. Let's see if Google Lens, see if it will search. That doesn't really help. Okay. Translate? Definitely not. All right. Well, so much for that idea. I thought we might be able to tell what if this is a character in another language. Psyche says, I think I know how to translate her name. Given other clues in the game, I think I know what language it is in. Okay, well that's... Don't tell us yet. Let's think for a second. Let's think for a second. So we've got some possibilities. Let's think about our possibilities. First of all, we don't even know if we are meant to use her name here. It feels like this is the blog entry that we're trying to get into, though. So I think before we try to start using her name on this, let us get into the spirit of this game. Frequently I complain about this, about having to guess at things. But let's try a few things here, because we don't even know if we're supposed to be using her name. I'm just going to try like Labyrinth, which we know does... Okay, so Labyrinth was the password. Not her name, but Labyrinth. Got it on the first try. Okay, let's read this. Effigies are a peculiar kind of magic. They work sympathetically, like being nice to someone? More through similarities. You use a green candle in money spells because money is green. 2. You can use a doll that looks like someone to influence that person. Granny and I make a little figure every spring. The green lady out of saplings and other kinds of new growth to make sure everything that grows on our land grows well that year. I think I took a picture of the one we made this year, but it works for the same reason. The figure is made up of plants, so what happens to her will affect the plants. If she is well cared for through the growing season, the forest will be fertile, but if she is destroyed, the forest will not thrive. And there's the little effigy they made of the forest. Little figure to represent the plants. Kind of looks like a maze down there on that leaf. But okay, let's keep going. Sounds like a metaphor, kind of. Yes, exactly, because this is like that. One can affect the other. It's really a powerful way of making connections when you think about it. These things might not seem related at all, but they are, if you look at them from the right angle. It means the things we have in common give us power to change one another. That's also kind of scary, though, right? Like, there might be something out there that has the power to control me just because it's similar in some way, and I might not even know what that similarity is. Yes, that's true. I hadn't thought of it that way, but I suppose it could be unsettling. But, well, isn't that always the way? A power, any kind of power, not just magic, can be used to strengthen and uplift others, or it can be used to harm them. There's always the potential for darkness, always the chance that someone will take advantage of the tie that binds you to them. It's funny, if you'd asked me a few months ago, I don't think it would have ever crossed my mind to look at it that way. But now I see what you're saying, I do. There are some people who, if you gave them a lock of your hair, would use it to cast a malediction over you. But for other people, it would just be something to remember you by. I used to be that way. Innocent, I guess you'd say. I don't think I'm like that anymore. I'm sorry, hang on. Did you say hair? Oh, yes. Someone can use my hair to cast spells on me? Well, it's the same principle, isn't it? If something that's only like you can have power over you, then a little piece of you would be even better. Hair, fingernail clippings, a scrap of your clothing, even your handwriting or something you used every day. Those things carry a little bit of your spirit with them. You live on in those things, whether you notice it or not. Nope, sorry. I'm just going to go destroy every hairbrush I've ever owned. Be right back. I'm sorry to tell you, it wouldn't matter if you did destroy all your hair. Oh no, now, what now? Like, how can this get any worse? That's Kayla talking. The red is Isabella. Isabella says, well, just that there are plenty of other ways of getting at people beyond effigies of them. For instance, knowing someone's true name is another way of knowing everything about them, their purest and most powerful self. We've talked about true names before, right? What's the deal there? True names are one of the sacred mysteries of practice. I'm not allowed to say too much about it, but we have a ritual where your true name is divined. And it is a sort of coming of age and a confirmation of your faith in a way. Each name is derived from a symbol in an ancient alphabet we use for ceremonial purposes, like this, and it represents your true self. For example, if your true name were Sail or Willow Tree, it might mean you are flexible enough to endure harsh gales, or that you are a healer, since willow bark eases pain. Do you have a true name? Well, do I have a true name, says Kayla. Well, of course you do. Everyone does. You just don't know it because you haven't been initiated. Can you initiate me? Well, maybe someday if you advance enough in your studies. What about yours? Can you tell me what your true name is? No, that's private. Not even a hint? No. This is very serious magic. You'd be holding my whole life in your hand if you knew that. Ooh, you're no fun. Don't you trust me? Well, of course I do. With anything, always. Okay. Wow, that's pretty cool. So, a little bit of history here. Now, one thing jumped out to me here. What jumped out to you in this? Something jumped out in terms of proceeding. So she talks about how effigies work and how you know someone's true name. You basically control their whole life, which I guess is how we're going to save her. But did anything else jump out at you in this? Let me see if anything jumped out to the chat. That's what I want, that screen. So she does say that the language of the true name is a ceremonial language. She doesn't really give us a background on what ancient alphabet. An ancient alphabet we use for ceremonial purposes. So we might look up and see if we can't find some witchcraft alphabet or the alphabet of the Norse mythology that Arwen is part of. Psyche said she actually did with Sail. So if your true name were Sail or Willow Tree. Okay. Psyche says, the post confirmed the language for me. R1 is Celtic. And Sail, I don't know what Sail tells us. But the Arwen was Celtic, yes. So maybe we will search for Celtic alphabets. Did anything else jump out to you in that blog post, because something jumped out to me. Now, I don't know if it means anything, but Amato Rose says, what jumps out at me was willow. Okay. Well, willow didn't jump out to me, but it is a kind of tree. We were also mentioned the oak tree at the acorns of the oak tree at that message. So I'm not sure it's the type of tree. A sail or a willow tree is an ancient Celtic. I know this because in Celtic astrology, I'm a willow tree. Interesting. Okay, so Celtic symbols are what we're going to look for. Celtic ceremonial symbols. But what jumped out at me, because we have other... The phrase about looking at the right angle is a bit interesting. I don't remember that. What jumped out at me, because we have other encrypted blogs, was her mention of maledictions. She says, there are some people who, if you gave them a lock of your hair, would use it to cast a malediction over you. And then we've got the reply being hair, H-A-I-R. So I wonder, what's the chance that the malediction blog might be unlocked by us now with the password of hair? Kayla's text has random red letters. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Where are you talking about? It's all red here. So are you talking about a specific location? Are you talking about different color I'm not noticing? Where is Kayla have red letters? Kayla is the black. Isabella is the red. I don't see any red in Kayla. Kayla is all black. I don't see any random red letters in Kayla. So if you've got something in particular... Oh, wait a second. Maybe you mean that. Yes, you're right. Is it all of Kayla's that... Oh, wow, you're right. Wow, I didn't even notice that. I can't even see it on the screen very well. But Psyche Lost is right. There are red letters in some of Kayla's writing. Okay, let's go through it and write it down. That's a very good catch. I'm glad you noticed that. I would not have seen it. Okay, not here. Anything here? Any red letters? Yes. Okay, so it looks like this is our first set of red letters. There's a B that's red. Okay. Lowercase b. Next line. I think that's a lowercase l that's red. Boy, that's tricky. BL. Be nice to be able to auto process this. I don't know how you spotted that, but good work. Okay, let's see her next line from Kayla. Hang on, did you say hair? Let me know if I miss anyone. That's a U. BLU. Someone with the E. Good catch. And then we have an H. Blue. H-O. Okay. There's another red letter, a U. Blue house is what this is going to say. Whoa, that's cool and creepy. Blue house. That's the name of the story that we got the excerpt from. Now, is there anything else that she's going to give us? Or yes. Okay. All right, here we go. How do we use the Blue House book? Blue House, K-E-Y. Blue House key. Any more? Maybe that means it's a password to something. Any more red in the black letters? Can you initiate me? Do I have a true name? What about yours? Can you tell me what your true name is? That's it. Blue House Key. Blue House Key. So let's get out our Blue House excerpts. We have one or two of them. I'm going to get out the diary entries too, I think. So we have two excerpts from the Blue House. Here is one of them. She might just mean that Blue House is the password. Or she means that something in the Blue House book is the key. So let me find that other excerpt. The diary. There was our other Blue House. Okay, so we have two excerpts from the Blue House. And it could be telling us that the password to another blog, perhaps even the password to the Malediction blog, is Blue House, or that in the Blue House writing is the key. So we might reread these and look for the word key mentioned, or something that would jump out, or it could be the phrase Blue House, or it could be the numbers of the page numbers or something. So let's start. I often complain about puzzles and passwords where you don't know, where you're guessing, but that's sort of the spirit we're in here. So we got into effigies. It seems to me like maledictions is likely the next one that we're being clued to. So let's try a couple here. First, we're going to try hair, uppercase and lowercase, just in case it turns out to be hair. Come on, guys, you got to go away with this. It can't be suggesting that password each time to me. That's going to get very annoying. Okay, so it's not hair. How do I make this stop? Don't look at this. How do I make this stop? Oh my God, guys. I'm just trying to make it go away. Delete. Okay, now let's see if it will let me get on with my life. Yes. Okay. So hair wasn't it, but could it be the phrase blue space House? I guess not. I wouldn't have minded a clearer answer. Try Blue House without spaces. It's hard to know. I guess it's saying it's wrong. Blue House. And if we hit enter, is anything different? No. Okay, so that Blue House key. Blue House key. We don't even know if Blue House key is has anything to do with maledictions. That was just from hearing the one word in there. But clearly the blue house is important. So let us scan through the blue house entries. So this was the first one. And we're going to take a renewed look at this blue house writing, which is a very creepy story. Do we think this is a real story, a real book? The Blue House? Blue House Key. Okay, nothing jumps out at that to me. This kind of looks like it could be a word in here, but not really. No, nothing that looks like a key here. Okay, let's skim this. Blue House Key. Okay, so we thought you could imagine it was the name Emily. I guess we could try that. I normally hate this kind of thing, but I'm trying to embrace this idea of, for password guessing, you're just trying things. Okay, I tried Emily. That didn't work. Her house blocked the morning light shining into her backyard. We're looking for words like key or anything that would tell us anything useful. She'd rather see the sunrise, breakfast, Gwen is coming. Are you sure she's coming? Will you bake some cookies? Not snickerdoodles. Gwen doesn't like cinnamon. Should be a green jacket that she left. She left me some books. Will you comb my hair? Okay, then Gwen comes. Emily feels bad that she's sick and stuck in bed while Gwen is full of life. She combed her hair again. What do you want to do? Did you read the books? She said, I haven't gotten the chance. You can take them back. Here's some DVDs. She said, you went to the movie? Yeah, I went with Mark and Hannah. They haven't come by. I wanted to see you. I'm sorry, I don't know the right way to help. You can't help, nothing you can do. Then the room is dark. She missed the sunset. Nothing jumped out. And Psyche is reminding me that somehow we already opened maledictions. Okay. Did we open? Where is my list of them? So I didn't record in my book that we opened them. We opened the sage. We've opened the effigies. You say we've opened maledictions, so I wouldn't mind being able to read it now. Unfortunately, somehow it's re-locked and I didn't write down the password, which is a shame, but the other ones seem to stay open. So if we've already opened maledictions, it would be nice to be able to reread that. Okay, so probably we're not looking for a password here, but we are still looking for the key to something. Let's keep reading and see if we can find a key. Blue House Key. You could imagine this layout of the stars is some kind of key. Or that the phrase Blue House is used as a running cipher key. Let's keep reading though. But maybe Blue House is going to be a running cipher key if we get an encrypted message. Let's keep that in mind. Visible current swept through the dark center, twisting through the trails of glimmering dust. The Blue House faded into view. Emerging from depthless dark, she drifted closer. Top window stared into her bedroom. Phantom sun. Emily had traversed 1,000 realms. She looks in her window. She sees Gwen sitting with her body. Emily knocked twice on the glass. There was no sound. Remember, the instructions to save Emily had to do with knocking twice and then twice again. Into the void. Looks over her shoulder. Dark abyss. The house sinks down. It's very creepy. Okay, but we don't see any mention of key here. I'm starting to think that probably it's just going to be a cipher where blue house is the key. We unlocked maledictions when the lights got possessed. Okay, well, presumably it wasn't important. We still do have that spell printout that we never decoded. The book about how to tie knots. I'm not sure how that would be relevant, though. I wonder if we shouldn't move on to the diary pages. Well, let's look up her true name, but are we really going to be using it to unlock a blog? That's the question. We need to find her labyrinth. We got told some weird things about it. All right, well, since there is something we can do, we can go search for, let's see if ChatGPT can help us. We want Celtic ceremonial character alphabet. Looking for a character that looks like upside down pi symbol. Let's see if it can figure that out. If not, at least it can give us Celtic ceremonial alphabet. There's no historical Celtic alphabet that uses a character shaped like an upside-down pie. Several neo-pagan Celtic ceremony alphabets do. Below are the closest real and invented candidates. Pseudo-Druidic, and it's given us one. Celtic tree alphabet. Bingo. Okay, now don't say this out loud. Don't say this out loud. Celtic tree alphabet. That surely sounds like what we want. Ogham. We saw that word in here. Based loosely on Ogham. We saw the word Ogham mentioned. So those aren't quite ours, even though... Okay, but that's what we want, Ogham. All right, if you see her name, though, don't say it out loud. Okay, so that's there it is. Okay. Now, we don't want to... Each of these is for a letter, but the letter has a name. But you could also translate someone's entire name into a whole string of characters, but surely not. Surely we've got what we want. So we're just not going to speak it out loud. I don't want to give it strength into the ether, into the lightning. But we could type it here. Now, I forget where we read the Ogham alphabet. Let me just see here. Again, don't say it out loud. I just want to see if there's a more meaning to it. Like their family is from the oak tree. Gaelic tree alphabet. It's interesting that these are rotated a little bit, but let's see. The oak is associated with strength, resilience, and self-confidence. It's a great tree for enchanting inner strength, especially when you have experienced a great loss. This is why it's so painful to be on the internet. Okay, I don't know why these are tilted in a way that what we saw wasn't. I don't know if that's relevant. It looks like none of them are tilted our way. Okay, doesn't matter. Each letter is assigned a tree or plant name. Perhaps this is because each of its characters or trees is made from a vertical reference line known as a flesk, that looks a little like a stem or trunk with one or more slashes or twigs protruding. Okay, so we know her name. We're not going to speak it out loud. There is more to it, though. Sail was Willow. I don't know what you're saying, but I'm not going to worry about it now. If you can try to put your words into complete things to communicate to me what you're thinking, we'll get to it. But knowing her name, what does that mean? We could either try to use her name to get into some of the other passwords, but I'm not sure why. It feels like the name is something we do last. And it feels like what we should be doing is finding the labyrinth, but where are we going to find a labyrinth? It's possible the game could be tricking us with its blog stuff again. Like you could imagine really. So effigies are locked up again. So we've got to unlock it each time we want to remember. So another trick could be like, no, go away, please. You've got to go away. Another trick, like the way this game worked before, is like there were some things that we hover over to click. So like If we really needed to worry about this, we'd have to worry about scrolling the mouse over every possible location in case it was clickable or was one of the other blogs. Is there any reason for us to think we got into maledictions, but we don't remember what it was? We got into dreams, but I don't even remember how we got into dreams. The maledictions password was read. Thank you. Let's do that. Maybe we needed to write these down. Okay, maledictions. We don't think these are relevant, but dreams, because the mother says we're trying to find the labyrinth. That's what we're trying to do. And she says, she gives us guidance to find the labyrinth. She mentions dreams. So I was thinking we would find the dreams in the diary, but now I wonder if it's not the dreams in the blog. Where do we get told that it's dreams and the other thing? She set it into motion. The signs of ancient legends will point the way. Here, only the practitioner herself may weave this spell. Each practitioner's labyrinth takes a different form according to the shape of her life's dreams. So we could be worrying about the dreams in her diary. We could be worrying about the posts called dreams, or we could be worried about even the blog entries, of which there are dozens, that she could be talking about her dreams. And each one of these, I have to back up and click back and click. So I suppose that Elaine printed these out for us. Where are we going to find her dreams? Well, this is a good example of something that actually, if you were playing this over the course of months and with a friend, the fact that you'd have to go through all of this, trying to search for clues about what it could mean about where the labyrinth is, could be fun. So let's not punish this game by... because we're not sure what to do in the next 30 minutes when you're supposed to be playing this game over months. So we're looking for some clue to where we would find a labyrinth or what a password might be. I mean, the password to Effigies was labyrinth. And now are we... So somehow we've drifted off. Fuck you. We've drifted off the magic page. So it's gone. Whatever, I hit back once, and that's because you're on a tablet. Fuck off. Because you're on a tablet, the website is gone. It just auto closes. All right. So we go back here, but now everything's bug protected. So we got into the Dream blog very early in the game. Is there any way for us to remember what the Dream protected password for Dreams was? No, but we could look it up in the solutions, I suppose. If we think it might be referencing in Dreams. But here's her first normal page on Dreams. Dreams and visiting. Dreams are powerful. Often predict things to come. There are certain things, signs you can use. Dreams can be a way to communicate. This is called visiting. According to the Hex book, dreams about lightning foretell bad luck. If you see a full moon in your dream, it means you're coming to your fullest power. Waning moon. Rabbits are a lucky sign, but hawks are luckier. If you dream about housework, you'll be facing upheaval. There's so much about dreams, there's no way I can fit it all in one post. So I'd love to get into our dreams part 2. The channel is here to help me and says that it was rabbit. Well, that makes me think even more that it might be related to... It was rabbit, or was it deer? Doesn't seem like it was rabbit, but was it the deer thing? No. Maybe it was rabbit, but it didn't work right. One of them was deer, and the dreams one sort of unlocked itself. Doesn't seem to be rabbit. One of them was deer. That was the thing. Robin, not rabbit. Okay, robin, not rabbit. Let's try it. Okay, so I clicked robin, nothing. It brings us to this page. But one of these, and we think it was dreams, was the broken one. So we tried robin again. Yeah, robin is the broken one. Okay, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. Let me just put Robin here, even though you got to type it twice. But now it says, we've already talked about 23 dreams. Okay, so this was the weird code that was used to translate the Hush Baby with the running... cipher, no, with just the modification. So we can go look up what this meant again. But is there anything here that's going to help us? So she actually does say, here are some dream meanings. Do any of these help us? When you listen to that audio, it was very creepy. I'm not going to click on it again. This doesn't seem to help us find the labyrinth, though. But it did help us to decode the Hush Baby let's go to episode 2. Let's see if we can find each. Okay, well, this is not the official thing, but this is the recap from this other website. Okay, so but maybe this is even better for us. Let's see. Let's see if we can find... The sage. Oh, the sage one was protection. That was the key to unlock that. We don't need that. What are we looking for? The tree rubbing. Let's remind ourselves what the tree rubbing says. So there was the message that he wrote us. You like Samhain, gift I made for your birthday, you my only friend. We think that's the spirit sending her that scary thing. Okay, but what I guess I'm more interested in now is the there. This is it right here. So the music translation was hush, dear baby, hear the rain, hush and sleep, be calm again. And then if we're in dreams part 2, we can decode this to say, Kayla, I miss you, please. Yarrow key is summertime. So that's all she said, that the Yarrow key is summertime. So we already figured that out. We went to that. We put in the key to Yarrow and got summertime. So, but I don't believe we've ever unlocked auguries or, I don't believe we've unlocked auguries, and I don't believe we've unlocked wormwood or hawthorn. We did unlock Yarrow, though. And that one was the message that said Kayla. And then we've got these semaphore notes, semaphore things that we don't understand. We've got a bunch of them that we don't understand that I'm a little worried about not understanding. But I also don't understand why there are 3 blogs we don't know how to get into. How are we going to find her labyrinth? Feels to me like the labyrinth. Once you've gone far enough and evoked my true name, so I get the feeling that it's going to be a web page. But how are we going to? What do we need to progress to the next stage? We found the true name. A tale passed down for generations by the women, which will trace for you the shape of Isabella's maze. This is supposed to trace for us the shape of Isabella's maze. And there's another talisman, which is the cicada. And where was the part about the dreams? I can help you find her true name. That's fine. Where's the part about the legends and the true names guiding us to the labyrinth? This is how to find her true name. This must be what she intends. Okay, here. It's talking about the labyrinth spell. And then it says, only the practitioner may weave this spell. Each practitioner's labyrinth takes a different form according to the shape of her life's dreams. This is what Isabella plans. It's up to you to navigate her maze. The signs of the ancient legends will point the way. That's what makes me think that Isabella is going to create some labyrinth on this blog. Rick has a very interesting observation. The short semaphores had the letters left, L, D, and R. It could be like directions. That is a very interesting idea. So, for example, in this semaphore code, this is a very interesting idea. Where is our semaphore printout? Let's look at this. It's only 4 letters. It's a little frustrating to try to figure them out, but let's try and see if Rick is onto the right path here, because it's a very interesting idea. So we've got these 4 semaphores, 4 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is the Yarrow one, which is one of our early ones. All right, now it's clear what the second one is, right? It's just 2 straight out. So that is an R. Can be no doubt about it. That's the only thing it could be, is the R. Now, the first and the third here look like the same thing. This one, but they're actually not the same, are they? One is they're straight on top of each other. This one is diagonally, well, I guess we'll do this one. This one, the top one is straight up to the left. So this one looks like a D. The first is a D. That's surely a D right here. Do you not agree? This flag is straight up, this flag is straight down. That's a D. Now here, the top one is northwest angled. The second one, the reason why it's confusing is the second one is straight out, but it's not, it's the same height as this. That's what makes it confusing. But it looks like that would be an O to me. D-R-O. Not left, right, down, up. That's a problem. It was a good theory, though. But is it possible it's angled down? Not really. You can see this flag here. Sorry, I could make it bigger. This, on the third character, this flag is straight out in this direction. That's clearly an O. But maybe it's spelling the word drop. Okay, let's do this one. This one is an L. DROL. That seems very clear to me that that's what we're looking at. No, this isn't an R, is it? What is it? It's a U. The angle of these flag things are the things that saves me. Now I can see it's not that ambiguous once you pay attention to the arrows. DUOL. What the hell does that mean? But maybe if we combine them all, we'll get words. But this is DUOL. That's very clear to me. DUOL is on the Yarrow blog. Feels like these are going to be important, though. How many others did we get? I wish I had kept track better. There was another one that was... There's another one that was maybe the deer. Which one was that? Is it here? Is this the deer? Oh, why am I going to have... Why is this like this? Why is the world like this? I think we got one in the box. Okay, so we got this one. Did this one have... Well, the best part is we haven't kept good enough notes to know what this says. So thankfully we have a website to save us from our own disastrous nightmare of note-taking. But does it tell us if there's a signature? This is the one that said, "You like the Samhain gift for your birthday, my only friend." Only FE. You know, sometimes this world is too much for me. This world is just too much for me. Okay, this ended with "you're my only friend," so no signature there. But I'm fairly certain we had another occasion when we had the semaphore code. Well, we had at least two more. We had one was his name, which was this one. Let's make sure we got this right now that we know to look for the angles better. That's the N. We thought this one was the W. This is the W. This one is the A. We think this is the person's name, but I wonder if it's not. This is the R. And this is the A again. So this was what we thought was the person's name. And blank for company. So that is surely its own standalone thing. But why was the other code signed DUOL? And then we saw it once more. You think there was just one more and it was on the Backward Kaylas on the blog? Which blog was that? It was one we just recently did. Was this the one that was Deer? D-E-E-R. Oh, guys, you're going to kill me. You're going to break my heart here. Okay. Okay, guys. The last box we played, box 4. The last box we played, clicking on the Defeat the Dark, a hidden puzzle. While it may appear as the puzzle is the same as the Yarrow blog, it will turn into a black screen. Okay, that was the thing that was slightly bugged, but the hidden message in that was, I am the gleaming darkness that devours. You will know me and despair not, for in my hollow land there is no light that shines that will dispel me from the endless labyrinth that encircles all, for in my hallowed land. Unfortunately, this doesn't have the quote, but it does tell us that it's Defeat the Dark. The second scanned diary page. The password is red. Which was the one? I think someone in the chat was saying, which was reminding me which one is the red. Dual is loud backwards. I don't want to play this game of trying to guess which one is which. Is red the password here? You're going to make me try it twice to give me the answer. Okay, was this the one that was deer? This is the one that was deer. So deer was what? Rosemary is deer. We've been spending the last 40 minutes trying to get back to the thing we've already read. And that's because here was another one that we almost forgot about. Is this the one that's going to disappear in 20 seconds? Fuck you. All right, what does this one say? This one, that's a C. The next one is straight up The next one is a K. The next one is an R. And the next one is down. Is an no. Is an A. DUOLDKRA. And then we got his name, which isn't a signature. K-A. All right, well, we think there's one more of these. We think there's one more of them. Did we screenshot it by any chance? Was this the other one? I think this might have been the other one, and we might have screenshotted it. Or is this the one I just did? No, this isn't the one I just did. But this is the one we already did. D-U. No? Okay. This is a D. If this is the one we already did and I wrote it down wrong, I'm going to lose it. This is a W. And the next one is straight out and angled up. This is an O. W. If this is an L, then it means I wrote the other one down wrong. Please don't tell me it's an L. No, it's not. So I think we have them all now. And this whole place is a total fucking mess now. But all right, we're going to take a break soon. We're overdue for a break, but let's just get these out. Here's what we think. Yeah, not that one. And the DWON was the defeat the dark. We don't think that this one is part of it. I wonder if these don't just all acronym, but they're still protected blogs we haven't accessed, so we don't know if there's going to be more. I wonder if they're just going to be anagrams. Or we just R-A-D. This was loud, but this was now dark. Yeah, you know what? It's backwards. Look. Loud, dark. So there's more, but it's LODNOWDARK. Loud, dark. I think, now dark cloud. Now dark cloud I think these are in reverse, and we might be missing something. We might be missing some of them, but I think that's too big a coincidence. So I think we understand something, but that doesn't help us. It might suggest that in the semaphore, you're supposed to read it backwards, but then NWARA. So just a note, because you might do these backwards, if we have to say his name and it doesn't work, let's remember to try his name backwards. All right, it's time for a break. Let's meet again in 8 minutes. I need to take a deep breath. That process is getting on my nerves, but in 8 minutes, everything will be reset. Have some tea, have some coffee. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are 3 hours in now to the final box, so it's taking us a little bit longer than the normal boxes take us. It hasn't been without frustration, but it has also been with some very nice story elements and some stuff we have figured out, although I have definitely needed help from the chat here. To recap, we think we figured out her true name through the use of the spell and through some searching. We did finally figure out what we think is the way to make sense of the semaphore codes in some of the messages. We think we're reading it backwards, and we think it's the creature, it's the spirit adding some taunt to Kayla's messages. We believe we've got some hints suggesting that when we find Isabella's labyrinth, we're going to say her name and need to know some directions. But we're not clear how to find the labyrinth. My gut is telling me it's going to be a website of some sort, because that's where she seems to be lost. Maybe not a website of some sort, but very likely on that blog somewhere. But Rick was saying in the chat, surely we should try now using the name that we found for her as passwords, which I think makes sense. What I'd like to do, however, is try some of those out, yes. But what I'd like to summarize for us is which We haven't fully translated this, but we don't think we need to. It's a little risky. What I'd like to summarize is which ones we're missing. I don't want to be trying things we've already tried. Can we agree about which password protected blogs we haven't unlocked yet? Okay, Rosemary we unlocked. Rosemary we unlocked. Rosemary is deer. In fact, I'm going to summarize these up here so we don't have to keep searching for them. Rosemary was, the password was deer. That was the thing we saw in the shadow. Yarrow, the password was summertime. That was a password that Kayla told us herself in a different blog. I believe that Wormwood we haven't gotten into. Can someone correct me if I'm wrong about that? And I believe that Hawthorne we haven't gotten into. Sage we have gotten into. That password was protection. Effigies we have gotten into. That password was labyrinth. That's the one we just figured out this session. Malediction, which is now unlocked here, we have gotten into. That password was red. That was from the color of the special magic spell we did on the water. And then Dreams Part 2, we have gotten into. And that was Robin. For the bird, the robin. And Auguries, we haven't gotten into. That makes 3 blogs we haven't gotten into. That is very troubling to me. Like the labyrinth in her name surely feels like the last part. And not only that, but it's normally this letter that tells us which password protected blog entry we think we're supposed to be getting into. So Hawthorne, Wormwood, and Auguries. Auguries are things that foretell something to come, an omen. And then Wormwood and Hawthorne, I don't know. Feels like this letter should be telling us which blog entry we're supposed to enter, if indeed that is what we're supposed to do. I mean, we can just try her name in various passwords, but it doesn't make much sense. It doesn't really make sense that we would use her name to get into Hawthorne, Wormwood, or Auguries. Honestly. I hate just taking random guesses, but is there any logic? It may very well be that those were blogs we could have gotten into earlier. I just really dislike that we're sort of guessing. Shape of the rabbit story, the shape of her dreams, the signs of legends point the way. Okay, well, we were given a cicada and told that that would protect us. So let me just try cicada as the password, but I would sure love some hint about which of these 3 password protected blogs we were supposed to be getting into. I dislike having to just randomly try. This is the combinatorics now. We've got 3 things for every password we might want to try. Just feels so wrong, but okay. Like, are we really going to try this? Maybe we should just go to the hint. It just seems so... Actually, we got into effigies this session with Labyrinth. I believe that's right. Isn't that right? It's effigies. That was Labyrinth. Oh, fuck you. So is it not effigies that... No. I have to even try it twice to get in. Okay, so actually we did get into a blog this episode. I feel like that might be it. That might be all the blogs we were supposed to get into. But... And this was hair. This mentions malefactions, but we already get into malefactions. All right, so in fact, we have gotten into a blog entry today. So if I had to guess, I would guess that we're not supposed to get into any more blogs, and that we could have gotten into those on previous boxes. Could be wrong, but that would be my guess. That it's that we don't need to do it, that we don't need to get in anymore, but we can try. We can put in like, it's not just that we have to try all these combinations, it's that each time we have to try it twice because the website might not work the first time. All right, just relax. The cicada. So C-I-C-A-D-A. Does it want cicadas? Cicada. We'll try it this way. So we hit enter. Doesn't like it, but we don't know if it's really not liking it or if it's the website bug. So we gotta try it again. Cicada. Okay, that for sure seems like it didn't like it. But now should we try the name that we think she goes under? Why would it work? We're just shooting in the dark here. Now what? Now I got to hit back 5 times and try it on the other 2 passwords? This just seems... That was augury, so now we have Wormwood and Hawthorne. It seems so wrong. It seems wrong, but... Seems wrong for a whole bunch of reasons. But chief among them is we have no idea if this is even something we're supposed to be doing, if this was something we were supposed to have figured out 5 boxes ago. It's just... It's not how you design something. But all right. I guess I'm in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's hit back 5 times again and try 3 different versions on this one. There's no internal logic, so yeah, I think we have to go to the hints now. It would be one thing if we knew which direction we were supposed to go next. Are we really supposed to find the labyrinth? Are we supposed to find the labyrinth in the hundreds of items we have here? Or is it hidden in one of the hundreds of paragraphs of thousands of paragraphs of text on the website? Is it hidden in her blog? We got mentioned of dreams and the stories, but I mean, you could even tell us, if you told me you got to go through all of this documents here again, 100 pages, and look for some clue about dreams, which will tell us where the labyrinth is, I'd say, okay, that's fair. It's a little crazy to make me go through 100 pages to find a mention of dreams that tells us the labyrinth, but at least it's some order of operations. But the fact that we don't know if we're supposed to be unlocking blog posts, finding hidden clickable links somewhere, searching through those Facebook photos, we don't know, are we looking for a photo of a labyrinth? We don't know if we've missed something. It's just a million possibilities. Or is the website broken? We don't know. So let's try to get off tilt. Click on episode recaps, which isn't really episode recaps. It's actually the hints. I'm going to click on episode 4, which is the one we played last time, because I can't remember. I can't remember if we did all of the reveals for 4. I think we probably did. I suppose I might as well complain afterwards. I think we did. Episode 4 contains 8 items. Episode 4, CST B 6313. Enter. Okay, let's try it in caps. CSTB 6313. Fuck you. All right. Did we read all of this? I think we did. That was the hex. All right, I guess we did all these. So we're on to the last box. The finale of the entire game. Hopefully, we're not going to click on something and have the whole thing revealed to us when we don't want it. DRKS7264. All right, we're hoping we don't get given a go away. Oh, just go away. All right. The letter from Grace we read and studied. Let's see if there's any hidden information in here. This says, in her letter, Grace reveals the spell instructions and the Lost in the Labyrinth page should be used together to help Isabella set her freedom in motion. The Lost in the Labyrinth page is the story of the rabbit. Okay, spell instructions, hint 1. We did the spell already. The handwritten notes tell you which token to use. Give a hint to which password-protected post to access. There are hidden links somewhere in this post. So it sounds like it's saying that This mentions effigy. Okay, so we actually did that. We went to effigies and we guessed correctly that it was Labyrinth. And now we went here and the channel was clever enough to see hidden letters, the red letters, but now it's saying in addition to that there are hidden links on this page, but it's not the colored letters. I wish I could, well, that's why we do reviews, to complain about things. So somewhere that reveal seemed to suggest there are hidden links on this page that we're supposed to find. Well, let's see if we can be logical about it. Remember, we thought of malediction. That's where I thought malediction was something. Someone else said there was some words that they... Can you tell me what your true name is? Is that going to be clickable? No, that's private. Not even a hint. No. Serious magic, you'd be losing my whole life in your hand if you knew that. Boo, you're no fun. Don't you trust me? Well, of course I do, with anything, always. If I was on a desktop, I could just move the mouse nice and scroll nicely, but I can't on the tablet. So it's all very painful. Somewhere we think there is a clickable link. This is just so stupid. Like, if you tell the person there's a clickable link, then okay, maybe you expect them to spend 20 minutes scrolling their mouse over. But the idea of having 100 documents and 100 possible things, and then one of them is to try to mouse over something, might not even work anymore. Sure seemed like that hint is telling me that it's on this page. This is so stupid. Sometimes we play games and I'm convinced, okay, someone, this can't, surely can't be like, no, it's just doing something stupid now. What? Oh, it's on that. Sometimes I'm convinced, like, what has happened? Is someone at the company jealous of someone doing too good a job and so they've sabotaged it? Is that what we're looking at? Someone write too good a game, so someone else has sabotaged it and said, oh, and this is what you should do. Or is it the hints that are so bad? Am I the only one on this page, or is someone in the audience also looking for this? Certainly wouldn't mind it, but we're down to... Now, there should be like a little flag on the YouTube, like, okay, now everyone's watching it sarcastically. No, now the viewers watching it looking for a disaster have been larger than the group looking it for it, watching it to enjoy it. I suppose we could, since we failed to mouse over this for 10 minutes, we could try to be logical about it. We want something about her true name, probably, right? Or something about Hawthorne or Wormwood. I hadn't thought of it that way. or something odd that she says. I thought when we read this, it was malediction and the weird hair that was capitalized. It should be something that Isabella is saying, I would guess. Something that's like you, fingernail hair, little piece of you, clippings, scrap of your clothing, even your handwriting. Handwriting? Something you've used every day? Wouldn't matter if you just tried. It's just there are plenty of other ways of getting at people beyond effigies. This is so ridiculous. Surely it should be in here. True names are one of the sacred mysteries of practice. I'm not allowed to say. I mean, for all we know, I think we found that it does change the cursor, but you could imagine, I mean, if you're using a tablet, it's not that easy. It's only because I'm able to use a mouse connected to this tablet that we actually can have a cursor. Otherwise, mouse over doesn't work very well on a tablet. You have initiated, you don't know it. I mean, is it possible that this is broken? Well, we're playing this to play it and we're playing it to archive it. So this is sort of like doing a service for people that will suffer behind us. I trust you, and then we're in the blank areas. I mean, this is the next page. Oh boy, it's not even highlighting when I mouse over this, which it should. So I wonder if it's not even going to, like, it should change the cursor when I move to menu, but it's not. I wonder if, let's try something. Okay, there are few things I hate in life more than using a tablet. Like, I'd like to copy this. I have to try it 3 times. Let's try a different browser for a second here. Is this mouse over changed differently? Okay, so Firefox seems to obey the mouse over. So let's try again. Let's try again with Firefox and see if we get a click pointer mouse over. So stupid. Okay, let's see. I'm guessing it's going to be a mention of her name. Mention of the true name stuff. Or a mention of another blog. Hair, she says. Did you say... Did you say... It's changing to a mouse over between these 2 words? Did you say? What? And now it's changing to a mouse over where? On half the... Oh, it's changing on the letters. Okay, so now this is what someone already figured out. So we figured out blue room key, right? But that was the red letters that I forget who, but someone very perceptively on our first playthrough figured out that there were an occasional red letter, which I have a very hard time seeing on the screen, but someone picked it out. So we moved and counted those letters, but on Chrome for the tablet, when we moved over for these letters, nothing happened. Let's make sure that's true before I complain. Maybe it's not. It's just that there's so few. So here we are on the Chrome browser. And if we find the red letters, does it mouse over? No. So in Chrome, there's no indication that it's a clickable link. But in Firefox, if you're using a tablet, then you don't even have such a thing as mouse overs. But if you had a mouse and you're using Chrome, you wouldn't be able to see it. But okay, if we're using Firefox and we mouse over these little red letters that we figured out said Blue Room key, now we can click. Okay, so now we're going to get an encrypted message that we could decrypt, presumably with the Blue Room key. Yes, sure enough. Okay, and is this going to disappear in 30 seconds? Let's find out. All right, so we've got another semaphore word. So, all right, well, we've made a little progress here. Let us figure this out. We're back on track. Everything's moved. The horse and carriage are out of the ditch, and they're moving forward. So let's proceed here. All right. What has he added? We think we've actually figured out a cool part of the semaphore. Let's see if it holds up now. Straight up and southwest. Straight up and southwest is an I. And then northwest, southwest. Northwest, southwest. Too painful. Look at this. Look at this. I and K. Look at this bullshit from this book. Oh my God. This is what I was talking about before. This is the same direction, but the flags are different. I haven't even been paying any attention to that. Who would use such a code? That's the worst. That's the worst. Okay. Well, I guess it's straight up, but it's a little offset. It's this one. So it's not an I, it's a K. Well, this isn't the game's fault, except for the extent that anyone would use these semaphore codes in a way that doesn't show you the person. Okay, whatever. So that was our K. All right, let's do the next one. So this, which is meant to be usable instead of this, is not quite right because this alias is multiple things here. All right, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. What have we got here? Let's just do from this one. Can't cry, so you laugh. Okay, we're looking at the northwest and then also down. What? Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard? Northwest and then southwest. Why is that so hard? Watch someone make some puzzles that are like you got to figure out that something is missing from the code. There's a northwest. That's the wrong thing. There's a northwest. That's the wrong. There's a northwest. That's wrong. There's a northwest. That's wrong. There's a northwest. That's wrong. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. What is going on? This flag has no colors. Great. What the fuck is this? Shouldn't we be looking for someone who's got their hands out like this and like this? Who is that? What symbol is this? It doesn't exist. I mean, there's a C, but that's a straight down flag. There's an O, but that's a straight left flag. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. What letter is this? One is pointing northwest and the other one is pointing southwest, like this. Northwest, but not southwest. 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 This doesn't exist. Love it. That's fun. Let's try another one. Northeast and east. Northeast and east. That's a W. The next one is the same thing, another W. And a W. Aha! Now we've got a website. And that symbol that's missing is the dot. Okay. Wow. All right. All right. Well, it's cool in the sense that we have finally put these all together. Now, okay. All right. Now, is this really a K? Okay, so the one we can't find was the dot. And then we think we have a K. So www.knowdarkcloud. I think it's saying www.knowdarkcloud. It's a little weird. No dark cloud, KNOW. But it could, what else could it be? KARK, no, that's surely dark. Now, dark cloud. No, dark cloud. We thought it was now dark cloud, but this looks like it's www dot. Let's just make sure that's the K. It could also be like http://www.nowdarkcloud. Okay, so we'll try both of these. And there's no, oh, but also this is a message. I guess let's try opening the website first, but it could be that message that we need to worry about. www, let's try no dark cloud. .com? Dot what? No. Nowdarkcloud.com. No. Okay, but we've got the basics of it. It seems more likely perhaps that there's additional instructions in this message. Okay, let's see. So there's no more Kayla. I'll tell you what we should remember is that we were told blue room is the key. So I think what we're looking at here is perhaps a running cipher with these letters as English done in a running cipher. So we're going to try this as a little test here. So what we're going to do is we are not going to try to do this by hand. We are going to find a running cipher here on the web. And before I type anything, I'm just going to take a deep breath. So when the ads start popping up on every page I try to find, as I try to make a page that works, I am not going to get angry. I hope that you can't hear the audio ads and nonsense that pulls up. I'll turn off the volume. Okay, running cipher, decipher online. Plain text key if decrypting enter cipher test here. Okay, so we're going to try to do this and hope that Blue House, let's try it without spaces. Blue House key. So we think Blue House is the key. And then if decrypting, enter the ciphertext here. Okay, so now we have to switch back here. And we're going to try to do the first letters to see if we're on the right track. REPSOES CDHKFG. CDHKFG. We don't know if it's forward, backwards, and we have to get, but we know it's probably forward because of the title, REPSO. So that's going to tell us right off if we're on the right track. Here we go. REPSOES CDHKFG. Decrypt. So let's talk about all the ways, all the permutations of things we have to try. Is the text backwards in that message? Is the phrase Blue House key mean that the key is in the excerpts of the Blue House book, or that it's literally Blue House? I guess it just wants us to try 100,000 million possibilities until we stumble on the right one. Let's try doing it backwards. One of the times we did it backwards. S, I guess D, C, and ST. My gut tells me that because of the title, REPSO, that should be all we need. But let's try it. Each time we have to go back. Which pages? S, D, C, and ST. The reason we're trying it backwards is because once we did decode this message backwards. Okay, that doesn't look right. So I'm guessing, and of course we're assuming that this decoding tool actually works. REPSOESCDHKFG. Okay, I'd like to copy this so I don't have to keep doing it again. Okay, so does it look like it's normal text? No, it looks like it's encrypted. We tried decrypt. Fuck off. Okay, we're gonna just try it. This shouldn't. Come on, guys, please. Shouldn't make a difference. It shouldn't help us, but let me just see if I did it the other way with the Bluehouse key. We click encrypt. It's not symmetric. I didn't remember. I mean, it does look like it's doing. The key for a running cipher is a long piece of text. Okay, so another possibility, I mean, we got out our running cipher. We got out our Bluehouse key, Bluehouse excerpts. They're here. We expect a long piece of text. Could it be the entire text? It could be. We don't have to try too much of it to find out, though, if it's the entire text from the start. What bothered Emily? If that's the key, no. But Bluehouse is the key, huh? How about the Bluehouse decrypt? So this is good. It's good for designers. I was thinking before, the stuff that I review, my reviews are not for players, they're for the designers. This is very good because one designer is going to watch one of these one day. One of you in the audience, one of the people playing along with me, you might theoretically understand the concept of why it's important to design a good puzzle and why you have to play test it and why you have to think about things that can go wrong. You might academically understand it. But these videos, one of you who is going to be a puzzle designer is going to watch some of these videos and say, that's going to leave a memory. You're going to say, maybe I should think about the puzzles I make. Think about what could go wrong, how people are going to encounter them. That's why these videos serve a purpose. They're like warnings to designers. This is stupid. No one wants to do this. No one wants to try 100,000 different things, not knowing what about it is wrong. Bluehouse is the key. Did we type it wrong? Maybe we didn't, we missed a letter that was read? Now we have to go, because could be 100 things that are wrong now. Is it the wrong key? Is there something in here that's key? Or when we went through this, now I'm on this page. Now I'm going to have to go back, hopefully. And now we're looking for Bluehouse red letters again. And we're worried that we missed one. It would have to be an early one to still mess up the key. B was our first letter. I mean, surely it's Bluehouse, but if something else started it, like because of running cipher, if you miss up an early letter in a running cipher, the whole thing turns to nonsense. So if you miss the first letter or it starts with the, then you're all totally screwed. But it looks right to me. It looks like blue was the first letters, not the. Now, I'm assuming, yeah. I mean, even though we think we got a clue about the website, it wouldn't be that we'd first go to the website. So it's got to be in here. And it's got to be REPSO. So let's go back to here and look for a key. If Blue House is the key, Blue House key, not the Blue House key, not Blue House is the key, but Blue House key. But we've done a running cipher before. I'd love to retest that running cipher on this website to make sure the website is not a problem. Should we be trying Emily? Should we be trying... Oh boy. I'm assuming this doesn't work or that the site already did it. Okay, I don't know what you're saying. A running cipher, you basically just write a keyword or phrase over and over again on top of the text, and you add the letters. But you add the letters off by one. We did one manually yesterday or the other day, and it was easy to make a mistake. That's why we're using an online thing to do it. I guess we could actually test that website to make sure it's working properly. So if the running key is all A's, we should get the same text back, I believe. Yes. So the A's are like zeros, which is confusing. But if it was all B's, then every letter should go back by one. So R turns to Q because Q plus 1 is R. D turns to E because D plus 1 is E, and so on. So assuming it's been encrypted with a running cipher, then we put in a key and it's subtracting Blue House from these letters, B from R, E, and so on, and giving us the decryption. And every time the page zooms in for no reason. Okay, so, but it suggests we should have a different key here. What would that key be? It could be her name. Could be the creature's name. But no, but Blue House is supposed to be the key. You don't think it's like Emily? This is so stupid. I know we said that we were going to go to hints sooner, but I just get so angry with this stuff. And I feel like the anger is needed. Like the anger has to be released out into the world. All right, let's do this. Since the guessing is what makes me angry, let's go to hints before guessing. But before we go to hints, we're going to look through this and we're going to see what logically the key should be. Not the key. We don't even know that the key is in here. But if we're told that for this puzzle, it's a running cipher key, and the clue is blue house key, we're going to make one more guess. And that's going to be what the logical answer should be. If I told you your clue is blue house key, and these are our pages from the blue house, we are going to figure out what the key should be. That doesn't involve trying 100 more guesses. We've already tried 100 guesses. But now we're going to look more for some statement about the key, which I already did. We're going to do it again. Well, we used the same phrase before. Maybe it's the same phrase that it was before. The moon was a big white hole in the sky. The moon was a big white hole in the sky. Is that the key that was used before? No. Almost looks like there's the letters K-E-Y, but okay, I said we were going to make one guess, but I'm going to keep going. Moon is a big white hole in the sky. Okay. That last page before we go to hints, and I totally lose my fucking mind. All right, I didn't see any reference to a key or anything. No one in the chat is suggesting anything. So off we go to the hints with a lot of anger. Let's take our little 8-minute break first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. If not, if someone can come up with an idea, I'd love to hear it. Otherwise, we're going to the hints. All right, we're back. Let's see what the chat has. Moon logic at best. I think using the moon key was a good idea. Those online solvers are finicky. I wouldn't be surprised if it just wasn't working as it should. I don't think so. Sorry, I can't remember. Have we used either of the Blue House book pages to solve anything? I don't remember if we have. I wonder if chapter 3 at the top of the Blue House page could be used for a cipher. I'm clutching at straws. Keep physical games local and physical. Yeah. I did have one thought. We did get this at some point in one of her diaries, an excerpt from the Blue House. With 3 letters crossed off. Now, we use those letters. We use those words, so it's kind of weird that we would use them again. And I wonder if there was another place in her diary where she mentioned the Blue House book, but I think we should try this phrase, which we already used. But I wonder if... Here, this is where she mentions it. Okay, let's see. Yesterday, she gave me a copy of her favorite book, and I stayed up all night reading it. I was in tears by sunrise. I felt so deeply for Emily. How dreadful to watch Gwen enjoying her life to the fullest while she was stuck in the house, growing weaker by the day. Sometimes I know how she feels. So it seems unlikely that we would use tears, but I think maybe we should try tears, and we should try these 3 words. Could even try some of these words. Let's try a couple of those, though, before we go into hints. So it's the key we're trying. So if it's tears, no. And then out into the void, which would be using the first words from the Blue House book that we can read here. Which again, I don't think it's going to be. But now, could it be these 3 crossed out words? And we found these. These were in this book page. Defeat the dark were the words that have been crossed out here. I think this might be our last try, unless someone can really tell me. The last running key was as long as the whole thing. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. No. Okay. You do make an interesting point. Perhaps we should consider the possibility that much of this is filler. However, the title isn't filler, and that's the first letters, REPSO, or something like that. Or backwards, which we tried to do. Okay, so the fact that that's the title suggests to me that it's not filler here. And yeah. Yeah, okay, so, all right, let's go to the hints. I've already made everything a mess. Let's go to the hints and see how angry we're gonna get. Gotta admit, I'm pretty angry already. We were already here, but we have to put the password in again. Because of course we do. Go away now. All right, so episode 5. So was it Letters from Grace we clicked on? Lost in the Labyrinth page. I don't even know what you're talking about, Lost in the Labyrinth page. Oh, that's the book, huh? Oh my God. Spell instructions, hint 1. We did that. Spell instructions, hint 2. Okay, this is where we left off when we went looking for help before. The handwritten notes give a hint to which password-protected post to access. There are hidden links somewhere in the post. Okay, so we clicked on that. The problem is now that there's no third hint for that. The third hint is starting to talk about the Lost in the Labyrinth page. So I'm not sure what to click on here. I guess I'm going to follow up this by clicking on the reveals for the spell instructions. That's the decoded spell instructions, which we figured out. Reveal Isabella's true name. Okay, so we did that. And then this is going to tell us that that's the symbol for Dare, which we figured out. Now it's made me even say her name, which I didn't want to. What do I click on now to not have stuff told to me that I don't want to know? I'm going to click on the reveal and see. Okay. Handwritten notes mention effigies. We figure that out. Next up, body text is effigies. Certain individual letters are link. All the links lead to the same page. The inked letters spell out Blue House Key, which is a hint for how to decode the coded message on the linked page. Okay, so we figured that out, and we spent the last hour trying to figure out how to use that. And now we're going to click and get told the answer. Here we go. I really need to have my whiskey here with me, but... The coded message in the linked page is a running key cipher. The final paragraph of the Blue House passage from episode 4 is the running key. The final paragraph. Okay, so I'm not mad at all. Why am I not mad? Why am I not mad? The worst situation is you read the hint and you're like, boy, was I stupid. I shouldn't have looked at that hint. I could have figured it out. This is the most ridiculous thing perhaps I've ever seen in 5 years on this channel. This is the most insane answer. How could you possibly logically figure out that the running cipher key among all this text is somehow this last paragraph? With no reasoning? Let's read the last paragraph. Maybe it's all going to click into place. There's going to be the word key all over this last paragraph. Her house shifted down, sinking into shadow, and a pale moon rose to take its place. It took up every corner of her vision, swallowing the black sky, beckoning to her, and she fell into its emptiness. What? This is the most insane thing. And can you imagine decoding this by hand? This is totally insane. This is an insane way to make a puzzle. Maybe if you're making the $1 million puzzle where the people win $1 million in real life, you do this. What did they expect people to do? Run every sentence and every paragraph in this thing on the off chance that one of them worked? That is so insane. That is just beyond insane. So of all this text, the clue Blue House Key, which is this book, the idea that the logical answer is this full paragraph, that's the last paragraph of the book. Her house shifted down, comma, no comma, sinking into the shadow, and a pale moon rose to take its place. So ridiculous. And why isn't it continuing? Oh, because they only put in some of the text. Oh my God. That is just insanity. They did us dirty, says the chat. Even if the clue was Blue House last paragraph, it would be crazy. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Like, even it said, use the last paragraph of the second page of the Blue House book as the key, it would still be crazy. All right, well, it's going to take us a half hour to type this in, so we're not going to do it. But we're not even allowed to be told here what the solution was. Like, there's no spell instructions reveal. So in order to get this message, now if there were two people reading to each other, it would be a little easier. But now the problem is, to get this, I have to finish, because we have no other way to get the answer other than clicking on a link. I have to first type this, and if I make one letter mistake, it will decode wrong. Took up every corner of her vision, swallowing the black guy, beckoning space to her, and she fell into its emptiness. That's the key. And now, God help us if that web page closes, because I will really lose it. Now we have to go here and I guess the best way for us, see, I have to keep this on screen and translate those letters, but put them on a different page of the tablet. So to do that, I need to save this screen. Switch to a slideshow where that text is on the screen. Put it in a way where I can see it, which unfortunately I can't really see this. Can I see it? No. I guess I can almost see it now, but it's too small. This is living in a hell. This is just living in hell. All right, so now I'm on a tablet, but you can't see it, and I have to try to read this and type it in. I mean, it could be important for us. It is important for us, we think. I just have to find a way to put this on the screen so that I can read from it. I guess I can read from most of this. FKG CRX VANJURZ. One letter mistake, by the way, breaks it. A single letter, RG, and now I'm typing in the wrong place. CRX VANJUR. A single letter breaks the whole thing. ZTRGARD. 0 or O? OQSAKSHPVKAKEXE. I'm hating this so much. UVZ SFRF END LPXDE, and now I can't see. There's already 3-letter mistakes. Oh, again. I can't do this, guys. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. You can't even see what I'm typing in. Yeah, I made a mistake somewhere, but where is the mistake? All right, look. Maybe we'll get lucky. And when we go to the hint page, we can guess which one of these is going to give us. What about the third-party site? That's a very good idea. That's a very good idea. If we go to the third-party site, that's a very good idea. Maybe they will have the solution without giving us what we don't. Box 5. We got to be careful because this website could give us even worse. Letter from Grace, letter from Kayla, letter in the labyrinth page, note from Isabella. This is already giving us stuff we don't want. Why isn't there a hint about... One of these links might be the solution. So I'm going to take the bullet and try to click on these and not pay attention if there's... That was wrong. Nope. It's going to be okay. I'm just going to sit here for a second. Regroup. Okay. It's okay. It's going to be okay. I'm going to print this out. And we're going to decrypt it. It's not the worst. It's okay. It's going to be okay. We're going to survive it. It's going to be okay. We're going to take a 3-minute break here. I'm going to go get the whiskey. I'm going to get the printout. It's going to be okay. All right, we're back. I've printed out the messed up text so that we could type it in, but Rick Shrimpton, is that your real name? Shrimpton, that's an unusual last name. It says, I found it on a third-party site. I hope he didn't see stuff he shouldn't see because it didn't look like there was a good way to avoid it. But Rick has done the work for us to find the decrypted part. And he says what the message says. We did figure out how to decrypt it when we read the solution, but we had to go through a lot of work to finalize it. Rick says, message says, Kayla, can you hear me, please? Kayla, help. I have made the labyrinth. Help me unravel. Help, Kayla. I have shown you the path to that bright land. Help. Will you meet me when I come? Okay, so why is there... Why did the whiskey spill? Okay. Oh, it's DJ. Okay. So the only problem with that is we tried to go to the website and we felt like we needed more information. So this message doesn't seem to help us. I've shown you the path to that bright land. Help. Will you meet me when I come? Well, we can go back to that vlog. It almost feels like we had to decode. I wonder if we didn't have to decode one more set of messages. It feels like we might be missing. So I've got my whiskey here, though. I've got the magic spell water that we used. We'll put the cicada in it to get some protection and wisdom from the cicada. That's the best I can do tonight. So we figured out the basics of what we believe is the website, which is from these 4 pieces that we got on the thing. But now I really wonder if we might be missing one. WWW.KNOWDARK. No dark cloud. I mean, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. The idea is right. This is clearly www. But there's no .com, .org. Is it possible that we're missing one? And it's more like www. KNO, because it's not KL. We'd be looking for something at the end. No dark cloud seems right. Cloud, but could there be another 4 letters somewhere? .info.org. Like, are we missing one? We are missing one of the blog posts, so it seems quite reasonable. If we look at the message, is it possible that she's saying something in her message that points us? There are still optional other hidden links. No, all of the letters link to that same page that we just decoded. I have shown you the path. That's the URL to that bright land, a website. Will you meet me when I come? That seems like that might be .com that she's suggesting. We tried it though. So now it's also possible that that website is down. but probably not. So let's try this again. Maybe I didn't type this right. It looks like maybe I only typed one W. Let's see. We don't want to go to HTTW. We want to go to www now dark cloud. Address not found. How about www no dark cloud? Is that a real page? This looks like it might be a real page. If we okay. We go to the hints. What options are we given? Surely there's a way for us to get help about this website. Surely there's one of these hints is going to tell us the website without clicking and getting all sorts of information on other stuff. I'm going to turn this away and click on one of these to see. Okay. Each password-protected post you have accessed in episodes 1 through 5 contain a set of semaphore flag symbols. When arranged in the correct order, they reveal this episode's hidden element. So we figured that out. We've got 4 of them. We don't know if there's a 5th one. We believe we've been through all the hints for each of the previous things. However, there's not 1, but 2 blog posts that we haven't gotten access to. Okay, let's try this differently. Let's go back to the third-party hint page. Let's go back to the episodes and try to find how to get into the password-protected blogs. Maybe this third-party episode will make it easier. So it says here is maledictions password read. We already figured that out. Okay. So good. Let's go through the previous episodes and see if there are any blog posts that we could have read that we didn't have access to. At least this third-party site makes it a little easier. Hunt a killer investigation. Okay, let's go. So this one says we should have been able to get into Rosemary with the password dear. We did figure that out ourselves as well. Okay, episode 2. Episode 2, we should have been able to get into Dreams, which we did. That was Robin, and the password is summertime for Yarrow. We got into both of those. So what are we... Is it going to be that in episode 1 we didn't get into things we could have gotten into? No. Episode 1, it just says Sage. which we got into. So we've gotten into all we can get into, and yet here in box 5, I see what the... No, I don't. Okay. Well, this third-party thing gives it away. Look, I Know Dark Clouds website. So without even clicking anything, this third-party website has given it away, but that's okay because we already knew that much. But now the question is, why is it I Know Dark Clouds? Is that the semaphore decoding problem we just had? I think it's the semaphore decoding. So we tried to decode this, and we got www, and then I couldn't figure out this letter. So I said, aha, it means the dot. I think that was supposed to be an I. But look at the I. This is trying to claim that this second letter, this second semaphore, is an I. But it's clearly disagreeing with this picture because it has the flag going like this. Now, either my code book is wrong, or this fatal flaw in this game on this website that's been up since 2018 is bugged. How can that be? How can that be? Maybe my code book is wrong. It can't possibly be that their website that they could have changed on any day for the last 7 years is wrong. It can't be. Okay, here's on Wikipedia Commons. We're looking for an I. Wow, it looks like my book is wrong. So their I is angled like that. Holy cow. This is not downloaded from the web. This is my trusted deciphering book. Wow. Well, you can't blame them for this one. Here's another semaphore page about the history of the semaphore cipher, and sure enough, in their cipher the I is angled, but here in my book it's not, and here this version, same book, it's not. Wow, that is rough. So what's the odds of that? If it happened in any of the other decoding, we would have intuited the proper spelling. But in our case, there looked like an alternate explanation for this. Maybe we should have stopped at this and... Wow, that's rough. That is rough. All right. Well, this time we blame the book, not the game. Back we go. Okay, so the reason why no dark cloud website didn't work is because the real website should be called I Know Dark Cloud, which is already doesn't make sense, but okay. It's all going to be okay. By tomorrow, this will all be forgotten. I Know Dark Cloud. .com. It's still, what are we supposed to guess that it's .com? And it's still not this. What on earth? What world are we living in? Now I have to type it again. It's not .com. Okay, where was our where was our page? You guys are killing me. You're trying to kill me. You're trying to kill me. You're trying to kill me. No, that's not what I wanted. I want the help. And now, oh, I know dark clouds, but we don't have. There is another one we must be missing. We must be missing that one that's like, because we go to cloud, even if we have the I, www.iknowdarkcloud. So I wonder if we're missing one that's like clouds, C-O-M, not C-O-M-S. It would be, reading it reverse, C-O-M. Was there another one that we missed? Let me see if I click on this hint, what it says. It tells us how to get there, or if it's just pointing us to it. All right, stop. It's giving us more hints than we want. Okay, more hints than we want. Okay, that's bad. That's badly designed. Let's go back to the official hints. This is like all coming apart. It's, I know dark clouds, that's fine, but why do we not have clouds? Why do we not have clouds? Let me see if final secret hint number 2. Okay, so here's what it says. Let's understand what's going on here. Sage is MOCS. So that's the .com, clouds.com. Somehow for Sage, we did not write down that it had the semaphore. So that's all of our faults for going on her thing. And if we went to Sage, which was protection, then we would have 4 more semaphores here that we didn't write down. Yeah. So the 4 more semaphores that we didn't write down wouldn't help us with that IK problem, but would give us MOCS. And now, having connected them, I know dark clouds calm. Okay. So with that new information, so that's our fault for not keeping better notes of these semaphores on this page, which we should have, if not checked the first time, we should have done the second time when we were looking to complete this. We just went by our memory that we had them all. And we should have double checked them all. So that's on us. It's 100% on us. Okay. www. I mean, we talked about how it seems like it would have needed to tell us that it was .com. And we wondered if there might be 4 missing letters. We just thought it was one of the password protected blogs we couldn't get into. But it wasn't. It was one of the earliest ones. Okay, now get ready for a whole new world of hell. Get ready for a whole new world of hell. Where's my mouse to watch for the mouse over problems? Scrolling down the page to make sure there's nothing tricky. All right, I guess we're going to hear enter. I'm going to turn up the volume in case there's any multimedia here. But I'm hearing it, which means you probably aren't. Oh, you are hearing it. Okay, here we go. Enter. She's mine. Now you will be mine. Bended are in darkness, embed, and all will be darkness. You will, okay, you cannot save her. She is mine. So now you will all be mine. All will be darkness. You will all be hollowed out. You cannot stop me. My time has come. You will be lost in darkness. Okay, this is creepy. This is very creepy. It sounds like we're going to... I see, this does leak a little, huh? We're going to be put on a dark page, and we're going to have to navigate the dark labyrinth is what's going to happen. Using the directions, which I'm not sure we're going to be able to figure out. Taking us like 2 hours to get back to start. I got to put the cicada back in for wisdom and charm for good luck. So we know her name, and we think we know his name, and we think we know the basic place to go get... You might think it's insane that I'm putting this in my mouth, but the whiskey surely will kill any... That cicada's got to be good luck. Okay. I think we're going to go to the hints early rather than late on this. But let's see what we can do here. Let's not spill this. All right, so what's going to happen? Are we going to click on something and it's going to send us to darkness? I'm really quite nervous about, but I'm not going to go crazy here. We know her name. We know his name. Somehow we're going to do something. He's going to send... Oh, there we go. That's an L that's clickable. Anything else that's clickable? I wonder if the R is like, if the L is like the L direction. Look at that. There's another L. Are all the L's clickable? Not this L. Not that L. This L and this L. Anything else clickable? If it was just one L or all the L's, I'd feel a little better, but I don't like that it's 2 L's. Like, it makes me think one is the right one to click. and one is not. Now remember what the rabbit's instructions said, because that seems like relevant to us. He went. It says she went down and to the right. Down and to the right, she heard the fox. Then she heard the cicada. What was the thing about... Did we see something about left twice? I almost feel like we did. I'm trying to remember. Guard my dear girl's name. Use it only when the time is right. So we don't want to use her name until the time is right. I feel like... Did we hear something about her saying left twice or knock twice? Does someone remember? Am I making that up? What was the knock twice thing? Was that the spell? That may have been the spell we already did last time. I'll be like the rabbit. She has to be brave. I've been so happy. The labyrinth is the key to many doorways. Once you have gone far enough and evoked my true name, knock twice on the glass, and twice and twice and twice again, until my sight goes dark. Okay, let's try to follow her instructions. The rabbit said down and to the right, and she says, once you have gone far enough and evoked my name, she says knock. So this is after we've evoked her name. Knock twice on the glass, and then twice and twice. Does that say twice or thrice? Twice again. Until dark. All right, but that's after we use her name. She's going to be the rabbit. She's going to do her labyrinth. She's going to weave it. All right. But the rabbit wants to go down and to the left, further and further into the maze, turning this way and that. If I was on a desktop, I could see whether these links go to the same place, but 3. The second L goes to a 3A. The first, where was the first one? This one goes to 2B. Yikes. Well, first L or second L. We have no better reason to do it. So let's say you knock twice and twice. So maybe we always go to the second one. That's the first one. That's the second one. I'm going to click this, but I guess we're going to see where we end up. I have many names. The maze, the labyrinth. I mean, I guess we can experiment and start clicking. I have many names. Okay, if we click this, you are Uoth, the inspired vermin destined to obsess over at the bottom of the stairs. You are Noon, the dark waste. It sounds like we can figure out his name by clicking here. You are Nguyen. No, we don't think that's his name. You are Tin, the indigent skeleton destined to acquiesce to fish. No. You're Or? No. You're Mune? No. You are Ruis, the inky slough, destined to open your soul for your real friends. No. You're Or, the last lost the seed. No. On, confused leech. No. Seared vestigial creature. You are Edod. You are Mune. You are Ruis, the ignorant disease. You are Ruis. You are Fern. You are Yulin. You are On. We're looking for this guy's name, right? Aelm, the panicked insect, destined to open your mind for your vices. That's almost his name, but not quite. You are thief. Is it possible he wrote it down wrong and that's it? I don't think so. I'm clicking this. It looks like we're getting random ones, not just cycling through them. But I am seeing some new ones. So I think maybe we got to keep clicking till we get him. We're looking for Arwan, right? Or we're looking for her name, but I think we're looking for his name, Arwan. Unless we've written it down wrong, but... Or unless we're on the wrong path. I have many names. We could look at it again now that we don't trust that thing, but I guess I could just click like crazy until we see it. And then if we see it once, we'll know we can just click until we get it. I'm not seeing it though. That's confusing. I go back and click on the first L. I don't know why we would. Whoa! That was weird. Why do I still not see his name? All right, let me leave this. What if I click on another one? The maze. Enter. Dur was not her name. It was D-A-I-R. So if we click on the second L, we get a nice calm page. If we click Labyrinth, what happens? I am the end. You question, you doubt, let go. Inevitable. You stand alone against my many names. My hunger grows unceasing. Words upon words, worlds upon worlds upon worlds, until all are devoured, until all is hollow. I will be the beginning, the undeniable. One day you will know me. That's scary. What have we got here? These look like letters that we know, don't they? So those look like rotated letters. Where's our alphabet? We've got an R. Maybe he's got many names and some of them are hidden in this labyrinth. We've got an R and we've got I think what's an E, although it's an odd E. And then we've got the Y. And then going further down, we have the G. And then anything else? Yes, this very last one on the bottom. I think that's our, well, it's either our U or our R. I'm missing some stuff. Oh, no, because it's rotated. It's rotated. What symbol is that rotated? We don't really have one that looks like that rotated. No, I guess we do. I guess the U is a little bit like that. So is the R. Okay, so it is a U or an R. So I wonder if this is, oh, there's another one over here. The circle with the arrows out of it. Arrows up. Circle. Circle. Arrows away from the circle. That's an M. Okay, so on the off chance that he's telling us one of his names, look, there's another letter. But that could be either letter depending on how it's oriented, but that could be a C. Is he telling us one of his names? Can we click on something here, or are we just stuck on this page? That looks like it's clickable, and that looks like it's clickable. Down and to the right, she said. What's this? There's another symbol there that isn't really even visible on this page. I'm going to click on that, even though it's down and to the left. I think we might just have to go to hints soon because this isn't really fun. If I click Labyrinth, we get this again. And if I click this one, we get this crazy thing, which doesn't appear to be clickable and is some scary creature. Can't scroll down, can't click anywhere, just epilepsy. If we click maze, what happens? If I try to click maze, Labyrinth gets us here. Whoa! I'll fly away, he says. Look how crazy this is. Can we get a screenshot? Can we read it from the screenshot, what it says? I know dark clouds will cast an invisible current traveling through her whole body bound for Shady Grove, where she felt sorry, small and faded. She said she'd meet me when the world was... And then look at this JavaScript up the top. Everyone is leaving, saying goodnight. I don't blame you. Can we scroll this? I know dark clouds. This text says, I'll fly away. That's a lot to read. What's scrolling? I'll fly away. I'll fly away. Help me. This is Kayla. This is Isabella talking. Help me. Creepy. What is she saying here, though? Can I control all? Copy. This is really not great if you got epilepsy. If I control C copy, I got this. Where are we here? Dark clouds will cast an invisible current traveling through her whole body, bound for Shady Grove, where she felt sorry, small, and faded. She said she'd meet me when the world was enveloped in darkness, and I'm going there to reflect the phantom sun, because you are the darling of my heart, the revealer of deeds of darkness. Pretty little girl lost in that bright land, emerging from the depthless dark, the blooming rose who went abroad in darkness, traversed 1,000 realms, where the way is hard and steep, and swept her through the dark and sent her twisting through this world below. Inside the dark and distant sea, my little love wandering in dark forests to be repeated. She knelt by the bed to feel the warmth in her little hand, and then a voice pierced through the silence, struck terror into her. By rains, tempests, and darkness gather round me, giving her the perfect view of opposing shapes of darkness, where beauteous fields, Yahweh, Yulef, fly away, I'll fly. If I know dark clouds will cast invisible current flying through her whole body, bound for Shady Grove. He's repeating himself here. He says here, it changes a little bit here now. From shining into her, beckoning to her, she took a deep breath before a place of fire was darkness, urging her to lay back, sleep a little more. There's no sickness, toil, or danger, but a hollow existence approaching dusk would be nothing for her in this dark abyss. Who in dark forest puts on a friendly shape, especially in the summertime. She would much rather see the sunrise, but faced the western sky sinking into shadow and swallowing the black sky. Her friend was gone. Kind words darkened the air in the flight. She said, I'm just going over home. You are the darling of my heart. Stay until the sun goes down. And then it's in reverse here. Let's see. I'll fly away. I'll fly away. He says, hope is the thing. I'm reading backwards from here. Hope is the thing with feathers that purchase in the soul. Perches. That purchase in the soul, and sings the tune without the words, and even stops at all, and then it goes to normal. You're the darling of my heart. I mean, he loves this girl and he wants to send her to dark. And then there's some binary here. Are we supposed to convert this binary? This is just a little too much work. Let me just play with it for a little while longer. I hope you liked my Instructable. Have fun translating this binary and practice, practice, practice. Okay, let's just click around a little bit more. So one thing occurred to me. So we decoded his name here as R1, ARAWN. That's our semaphore, even though we can't trust my semaphore tool anymore. And then I thought we would be able to see it in his list. But is it possible? Like, what if it was upside down or turned? Let's just see if we can't. Let's just see if we can't make something else out of it. If it's turned. So, but actually that's got the flag coloring wrong, so maybe that is how you know it's right side up. How about, here's another idea. No one else. Can you click on a passing animal? Yes, let me try that again. Let me just see something. ARAWN. Celtic. Let's see if he has other names. ARAWN is the king of the otherworld in Welsh and Celtic mythology, known as the ruler of Anwen. He's a powerful hunter, magician, associated with the afterlife. It's also connected to the spectral Hounds of Anwen. Realm in Welsh mythology. Powerful magician, shape-shifting. Arwen swaps bodies with the mortal Pilwell for a year. Death, afterlife, cycles of nature, portrayal. I was hoping it would give us other names of this. Come on, guys, don't do that. Mythopedia. Doesn't really seem like this is our evil creature, to be honest. Like, this creature doesn't look that hard, but we don't really... We weren't given any other weird names. Let me see what the chat thinks we should do here. He's saying you are. I think he wants to enter Isabella's name, not his name. You all think he wants Isabella's name, but then, all right, let me try to click on one of the ad. No, nothing. But I have a problem with that. The problem is what about a rabbit? Oh, that rabbit looks like it's bloody. So I can't click on the animals, but here's the problem with your theory about clicking on her name. First of all, her name didn't come up. Her name's not in the list. There's something that's close to it. It also said the bottom right. You don't think there's like, I think we should be looking for the bottom right. She went down and to the right. Down and to the right. Like that. We're in the labyrinth, and now we need to go down and to the right. I guess this is down and to the right in a way. But so if we click down and to the right, you want to have her name, but her name is D-A-I-R. And I don't think we see that. Like, we don't see her name. Her upside down one was Lewis. We have D-U-I-R. Is it possible we've gotten that wrong? Let me see what D-U-I-R is. Dear, the quixotic monster destined to open your mind for a stranger. It's kind of like what it is. But let's see if maybe if we say T-A-R versus U-I-R, Celtic. Early Old Irish, D-A-U-R. Related to Welsh, D-E-R-W, D-E-R-V. Okay, well, I searched for one thing and it decided to give me another. How about you search for what I really asked you to search for? And here we are on something different. Okay, how about this? D-U-I-R versus D-A-I-R. In Druidic times, the oak played a particularly important role. The very name Druid is derived from the Celtic word for oak, D-U-I-R. Okay, so I don't really get why we confirmed this name was D-A-I-R and now we're gonna try D-U-I-R. I find that very confusing, but with lacking anything else, let's try that she is D-U-I-R. Now, if I click Labyrinth, we're over here with 3 clickable things that jump us around. Anything else to click on here? We want to go down and to the right. We want to tap on the glass. We tried all that. Can we scroll down? Help me. We're trying to help you. How about you help me help you? Down and to the right? That's where we want to go. All very creepy, girl, but we're trapped in this labyrinth. Okay, here we go to the hints. Unless anyone has an idea. All right. The labyrinth page. Here we go. The details in this fable that will help you guide you through the final secret are down and to the right, green cicada, who is she, every flower fades in time, and give up your true name. The password in one of the posts is labyrinth. We already figured that out. To reveal the path Isabella left for Kayla, combine certain information decoded from each password protected post. All right, I guess we already did that. All right, so we figured out the website. The website, I Know Dark Clouds, is the path Isabella left for Kayla, mentioned in the letter from Isabella. It's designed like a labyrinth. Use the Lost in the Labyrinth page as a guide to navigate. Down and to the right. That's kind of what we tried to do. But clearly something else is going on. Okay, hint number 4. For the first page, use the first hint from the fable, down and to the right, to click the semi-transparent button in the lower right of the page. I mean, God knows, we tried to go down and to the right. There's supposed to be a button here that's semi-transparent. I don't get it. Do you see a button that's semi-transparent in the down and to the right? Are we in Firefox? Yes, we're on the one that changes at least. What is it talking about? Does it mean on the page we get when we click the L? Surely not. Is there a semi-transparent button here? Down and to the right. What on earth is it talking about? Guys, please stop this nonsense. Maybe the channel has figured out. I don't see a button, says the channel. Okay. From the first page, use the hint to go down and to the right. Click the semi-transparent button in the lower right of the page, which we tried to do, but it didn't work. For the second page, use the hint from the fable green cicada. Click the green cicadas. What are you talking about? Maybe on a website it works? Can you try this on, we shouldn't even be on this page. It says from the first page we go here. Is there a button that's not changing? Is there something we can do? What if we rotate this? And we turn off the picture in picture. Is there now a button? Can we scroll? Okay, what if we go here? Now do we have a button in the lower right? Maybe we have to go into the labyrinth. Now maybe there's a button in the lower right. There's these on the lower left. What kind of world are we living in? All right, how about we go to that third-party page? Maybe they have a better explanation, even though they're giving away information they shouldn't be. I know Dark Cloud's website. All right, here we go. This is going to make it all make sense. If you click on enter in the center of the screen, the red herring path, what are you talking about? If you click on enter in the center of the screen, a message will be revealed from the spirit possessing Isabella. One of the letters in the final line is clickable. Okay, I guess we got that, but we got multiple letters clickable. No matter which path you choose, you will be led in circles for all eternity. To truly enter on the main page, click on the slightly transparent enter in the lower right corner. What are you talking about? I know Dark Clouds. Okay, let's reload the page. Oh, no. If we reload... Oh, no, wait, hold on. See, look at the URL. So maybe this is the false entry. Fuck this. Maybe this is the false page. Maybe it was before we even got to that page. Aha! Okay, so from here we clicked enter, but what we really should have done is put our mouse... No. What is going on? Surely this is where we should be. Down and to the right. Okay, let's... I mean, I am down and to the right. There is a weird little thing here. Like something is weird happening on the edge. Can you see it when I click? Can you see like a little line? Like, I wonder if I'm supposed to keep clicking here. Like she said, do twice, and then twice again, and twice again, and twice again. How about bottom right corner of the enter button? No. Let's try again. Let's try rotating this. Oh, wait a minute. I see something here. There's something here. It's down and to the right, but it's not at the right of the page. It's here. Okay. So if we click here, we get into the real page. Okay. So green cicadas were what the story said, the wise green cicadas. And we've got a picture of someone in it. So we're going to click that. Who is she? I think now we give her name. Right? Her true name. Does that mean we were wrong, or now we're on the real enter page? Here's this. Here's this. Who is she? Who is she? It doesn't like that. Is it who is she? You think we type her current name? No, it doesn't like that either. We're on the right path. Do you think this is not the green cicada and this is? This looks like the green cicada. I think we got her name wrong. What about Grace? What if we click on one of these others? Okay, well, at least we know they're wrong. We know it's this. We've got a face in here. That's creepy looking. But I don't understand what it wants of us here. Does it want me to only capitalize certain letters? No. Or are we on a new page now? No. Something we're doing wrong here, I assume, even though it's not telling us we're doing something wrong. It doesn't want Grace. It doesn't want Isabella. It doesn't want her secret name. Any ideas in the chat? Maybe we're not supposed to say her name, so we just hit enter. No. The rabbit was never told its real name. We think we know our girl's name, but it doesn't want that. It says knock twice, knock twice. No, 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 no. Knock twice, knock twice. Who is she? We can't click here. The page is zoomed out now. Okay, that's all right. Let's go back to the hints. Okay, for the second page, use the hint for the green cicada. For the third page, use the hint from the fable, Who is she? The answer to the cicada's riddle is the oak tree. I see. All right. So the she it's talking about so the she is the she from the story. It was a riddle. It was a riddle. The riddle was, when she lives, she casts a shadow, and when she dies, light may be seen. Her flesh is used to make the strongest tools. The rabbit thought and gave the answer, and they said, yes, you're right. Okay. So we could try tree, and if it doesn't like that, we'll try oak tree. I guess it doesn't like tree. So I guess we say oak tree. Doesn't seem to like that. Or it wants us to click enter. But it doesn't want us to click enter. It wants us to click here. And it wants us to click here. And then what does it want from us here? It's referred to as an ancient tree. Ancient tree? This is so stupid. Okay, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? What is the exact answer? Oak tree? I tried that. A-O-A-K space T-R-E-E. Enter. Oak tree like this? Oak tree, no space. That can't really be on a custom website that if you use a space, it's wrong. But if you don't put a space, it's right. Oh my God, that's so insane. That's so insane. Okay. Kayla says it's just a picture of this. If I scroll it, can we read more of the page? Yes, now we can read it. Kayla says our project is actually getting some hits. Frustrating that words develop these days. It's thrilling to think this is a page from our diary. I can't zoom out. Okay, this is a page from the diary that we got to read. Okay, now what do I do with this? Oh, it's all her pages from all her diaries? What's happening? It's all the pages from all the diaries. Or it's just going on forever. It's infinitely scrolling up and down. And I can scroll left and right? Yes. Okay, there's the owl. Okay, so do you think there's something clickable here? This turns to this. What does that mean? What the F? Luxembourg Venture Labs, Mountain Ascension Pathway Operating System. What the? Welcome to Luxembourg Venture. I just clicked on a random place. Intranet Map OS interface. Login credentials below to begin. You will be redirected shortly to the relevant department. System administrator will oversee your activity and records will be kept for diagnostic purposes. Whoa, that's creepy. So can we click on personnel? We can click on security override. No, I clicked on personnel, security override, submit, cancel. But why did this turn red at some point? That's weird. Oh, I see. So it turned red and I clicked on it. Oh, that's weird. Okay, what can I put in? A username? All right, I'm going to put her name in now. D-A-I-R. Submit. Access denied. Okay. Let's put in this guy's name. A-R-A-W-N. Submit. Access. Okay. Okay. No, you're not going to get me. You're not going to get me. I'm going right to the hints. You're not going to get me. On the fourth page, use the hint from the fable who is the... Okay. On the fourth page, use the hint from the fable, every flower fades in time. Scroll down and click the image of the flower on the left side. We just randomly clicked on whatever could click. Now, for the fifth page, use what you learned from the spell instructions. Enter Isabella's true name into the user field. So I entered her name, but I put it in lowercase. And I think it doesn't like that. I think it wants this word in uppercase. Capital D, lowercase A-I-R. And stop zooming in. Whoa! Whoa, that's creepy. Is that Isabella? Is she gonna speak? It's just showing her here. This is kind of scary, if you ask me. She's still trapped in this world. What are we supposed to do now? We're supposed to tap on the glass. Tap on the glass. Here we go. I'm just tapping on the glass until it goes black. That's what it said. Okay. Now what? We supposed to do something now? Tap on the glass more. I'm tapping. 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 She said in her instructions, knock twice on the glass, twice and twice and twice again until my sight goes dark. I mean, it went dark. It went dark. And then nothing. Can we go back? Okay, twice. Until her sight goes dark, maybe when she closes her eyes. Oops. Okay, close your eyes. Is it down here we're supposed to click? This is creepy. She's trapped in there. If I just keep clicking, what happens? At some point we get, it's getting black and then we get to this. Did we click too many times? Let's try again. We clicked till her sight went dark. Then we end up here and we don't know what to do. Image. Okay. Go to the hints. Okay, so we got her true name, and now here's the final piece of this puzzle. On the sixth page, Isabella will appear. Use the hint from the letter, knock twice on the glass, and twice again until my sight goes dark. Click or tap on Isabella until the screen goes black, and you will be redirected to the final page where Isabella's last words will play. Oh, maybe you were hearing something. Did you hear the text and I didn't? Maybe that was the finale. So we tapped. Oh, wait, let me go back. We tapped and made her dark. Okay. Now, are there any final words being spoken here? Why is this doing this? Mute all sounds. I think it's muting. I think it's muted. These fucking tablets. I swear to God. It's going to be the death of me. All right, so I'm trying to hit the volume button. Who knows how to work a tablet? Why is it like this? Why is life like this? Mute all sounds is turned on. How about you turn it off? How about you give me a way to turn it off? I think it's going to be up here somewhere. I swear to God, I'm going to lose my fucking mind from these tablets. I got to calm down. I'm going to have a heart attack on camera. Mute all sounds is turned on, and yet it's gotten into its mind that all sounds should be muted because I turned the volume down at some point. Now, how do I get it to stop? Please stop. Please stop. How do I convince it that I would like sounds again? Fuck me. Fuck this whole fucking planet of mobile devices. It's so evil. Okay, so you can hear sounds now. We're going to relax. It's going to be okay. It's going to be all over soon. So I think... Oh, what? Now we have a play button? So we put her name in this fucking screen. D, capital D, because lowercase doesn't work. And we get to this. Now, before it started playing automatically, but now it wants us to click play. Oh, play doesn't work anymore. That's great. So something broke. Something broke in the video. We don't care because it's still going to let us go to this page, it looks like. Now, do you hear her narrating? Because I don't. But we do have audio. Feels like this is supposed to be the end of the game where we're supposed to hear something. That's all right. Let's go to... This is insanity. So we go to Chrome and we try it again. I know. Well, one thing is truth in advertising. I feel like I now know dark clouds. Like, I get it. I know. I'm with you. I feel them too. I got dark clouds all over my mind. This was oak tree, one word. Otherwise, it says no. This one, you just scroll down till you see something. a little plus. I don't even pay attention to why. Boy, and now we can't find it, but somehow it's here somewhere. The cursor turned to a plus at some point. The help page tried to give us some logic to it. Run. Use the hint from the fable. Every flower fades in time. You are somehow to pick out every flower fades in time. Scroll down and click the image of the flower on the left side of the page located by the word run. So we're going to go back to Google. Google's the one where it doesn't change the cursor. So it's never going to give us a hint. So we're just going to click here. Or click here. Or, yeah. Was that it? No. Every flower fades. So somewhere around here is a fading flower. Here, maybe? Here. We're living in a hellish, dark cloud place is what's happened. Okay, we'll do it differently. This is so comical. This is so comical. We're going to go back to the empty faces page. We're going to go... Oh, the video's working now? Okay, we keep clicking on her until she goes black. Okay, now we should be hearing some story. Should be hearing her talking to us now, I think. If I was on a desktop, I would be able to view the source of the page. But because it's a mobile app, we can't. Okay, that's all right. Let's try to copy this page. In fact, what I really want to copy is the previous page. And now let's go to Chrome. See if we can get this page to open. Okay. Now we still don't hear anything, right? But we think we're supposed to hear something. All right, let's click her enough times, like she said. Make her vision go black.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess you can hear
You got my
something now.
messages. You set me free. Your actions have brought a light to the darkness. I knew you would. Granny knew you would. Darkness that had a hold of me is gone now. I can sense it. I'm safe, and I think Granny will be safe now too. I feel warm again. I can feel the light again. I can hear the ocean. I can't return to my body. There's too much lightning in it, but it isn't me anyway. Not anymore. I'm looking forward to my freedom. I'm looking forward to seeing Granny again in her dreams. Even though it'll only be to say goodbye, I know she'll be happy to see me too. I miss her smile. How warm she can be. I will visit Kayla too and say goodbye. I love her. And I know I can never express to her how much. And I can never thank you enough. I wish I could see your face, but it's hidden from me. I don't know why. There's no time to worry now. I am going. I have to say goodbye before I'm truly free. Before I dissipate into nothing. Before I'm scattered throughout the universe. Before I am scattered. A part of me will always be with you. A part of me will always be with you. I will never be able to repay you. But you have my eternal gratitude. And my love. Thank you. Thank you. You got my messages. You set me free. Your actions have brought a light to the darkness. I knew you would. Granny knew you would. Darkness that had hold of me is gone now. I can sense it.
It looks like
I'm
it's.
safe.
It looks like this isn't part of it. This text is not. This text looks like it's.
I can
It's
feel the light again. I
The
can
text
hear the
looks
ocean.
like
I can hear
it's
the ocean.
being auto-translated, maybe by some tablet thing. So yeah, everyone that got taken over by the spirit, I guess the only way to free them is to you free them into death. All right, well, boy. All right, so I don't know how many of you have stuck around for 6 hours for this very painful session, but we're going to do what we normally do. For those of you who have stuck around, we're going to take a break here. We've been playing for an hour and 30 minutes without breaks. So we're going to take a full 8-minute break. We'll see how many of you decide to stick around to give me your final thoughts. But remember, we're going to try something slightly different today. I don't know if it's such a good idea anymore, but we don't have to use it. What we're going to do is we're going to take our 8-minute break. And when we come back, I'm going to try to give a short couple-minute spoiler-free review that could be snipped off and watched by people who are curious about this game. And then we'll talk together, you and I, about the experience. If you have been with me this whole time for all 5 boxes, I'd be particularly curious to hear your thoughts. So let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll review the game. What's happened? How long has the camera been back on? I must have clicked this without realizing it. Are we ready? Are we ready to come back? Boy, I think we're all just on tilt. I think I've been broken by this game. Okay, I don't know how many more minutes were left on the break. Surely a few. I don't want to start for people who planned for the break. Let's just do it this way. good evening. We have just finished playing the final box in a series from Hunt the Killer called The Woods. It's taken us about 20 hours. This is the first season. This box of 5 is the first season in a trilogy of seasons for a series called Empty Faces, which is being discontinued by Hunt the Killer as of December 2025. It was originally released in 2018 by a spin-off company of Hunt the Killer and then reabsorbed and now put up to pasture. And I'm going to give you my spoiler-free thoughts having just finished it. It's 4 a.m. here, and I'm a little rattled. And that's because this case, this series that we've played has come to a very frustrating conclusion. And I'll see if I can't temper some of those frustrations right from the start by saying how good the storytelling was in this game. And I think that's the bottom line here. This is great storytelling mixed with very poor puzzle design that got worse and worse and culminated in a very frustrating end experience. And I'll try not to let that color my overall thoughts, because I do think for most of the experience, maybe the first 4 of the 5 boxes, it was fairly smooth going. The end was pretty rough, though. So this is going to be spoiler free, but basically this is a witchcraft tale, but it's a very human tale of a young girl who gets caught up in something. And the emotional storytelling, the emotional sort of resonance of all the storytelling is particularly good. We really care for this girl and her friend. And the treatment of witchcraft is especially good. And there are some deluxe experiences here where you've got some props and items and you go through them and use them. And I thought for the most part, they were all very interesting, or I was always curious about what was going to happen to these people. There was some real creepy stuff, everything we want in this kind of game. But the puzzles were pretty bad, most of them. And when I say bad, I guess the best way to describe it, the thing that happened to us most often was that it felt like there were too many possibilities for every puzzle, the answer to every puzzle. It was never clear whether we were ready to solve a certain thing. There's lots of internet access. That's partly why it's being decommissioned. And very frequently we would get to a point where it wasn't clear which of the 10 passwords we were supposed to be putting in and which phrase. And then there are all sorts of issues where sometimes the website wouldn't accept it if one letter was lowercase or uppercase or a space. And so very frequently, especially in the second half of the game, very frequently, we were in a situation where we're like, I think we have to do this, but maybe it's one of these 3 things we have to do. And for each of these 3 things, it could be one of 10 different problems why we weren't progressing. So we very often found ourselves blindly trying things until we stumbled on the right answer. There is also quite a bit of cipher solving in this game, some of which is actually enjoyable and some of which isn't. I do think we use the hints more frequently than we would normally use, which is a good thing. And when we got to the end of this game, we really wanted to focus on the storytelling. And that's the biggest shame of this entire experience, is that by the time we got to the last box, I was fully invested in this world and this story and these characters, and I wanted to hear from them. I loved the writing. The writing was fantastic. The writing from the person who contacted us, everything was great. The sort of involvement of us in the case was great. Sometimes you read a case and it's just like, here's the cold case, try to solve it. This one directly involved us. The person contacting was like, I'm a little worried about you. Be careful, do these things. All great. By the time we got to this last box, I was ready, engaged, excited to find out what happened. But that last box threw so many ridiculous things in us that we never would have figured out on our own, that were like the last website thing was like clicking on all these invisible things. It broke with certain browsers. It was really functioning poorly. But I don't think you can say it's functioning poorly now, but it used to function well. It's clear most of these problems would have been from day one. Things about needing things in certain cases or with spaces, whatever. By the time we got to that end, I was ready for it to be over, and most of the things I cared about, I didn't care about anymore, the characters. And I do think the ending left a lot to be desired as well. I think we wanted to hear about the other characters that were involved. We wanted to hear more of a story. Now, this case continues to a second and third season, and we are going to play those despite our bad experience. Are we going to meet these characters again? I don't know. The lesson for designers, though, is clear. You cannot make puzzles that have players randomly and blindly having to try 50 different combinations to see if one works. And you can't have things that give no feedback if you put in someone's name, if you get the case slightly wrong or a space. That's just a terrible experience. So, on one hand, great storytelling. On the other hand, a sort of poor execution of the puzzles. Lots of great content, but that gets worse and worse at the end. Now, I do think, last little bit here, I wonder if the authors of this were involved in Blair Witch. Blair Witch Part 1 and 2 were released by Hunt to Kill more recently. And I really... like, you can see some of the ideas have been carried through. But I do think that the storytelling is so good, they could remake this. This case could be re-released by Hunt to Kill, reworked. And I don't think there's any reason to make the puzzle solving so convoluted. There's a very complicated web interface, especially for the finale of this game. Very custom-built website that's so convoluted and so crazy. It reminds me a little bit of a game we played called Angels and Airwaves. And it's almost like the design philosophy is that someone made the puzzles, like you could see this happening. Someone made the puzzles and made the solutions in a way that they said, okay, these players are going to need a month to just trial and error get to the end. And you could see someone, especially with the amount of good quality writing in here, thinking that was a good idea. Like, let's make a game that's so difficult that it will take lots of players sharing their experience and sharing their trial and error and trying 100 things until they stumble on it. But for most of us, most players do not want that. We don't want to be flailing around in frustration for a week before we stumble on the right click of the mouse to find the invisible button on the screen. I do hope they rework this and make a better game out of it because the writing deserves it. Okay, well, that is my attempt at a new idea of trying to get out a spoiler-free review at the end. I'm not sure it works, but if you stick around now, we can talk about, with the chat who's just finished playing the game with me. You could, of course, watch the 20-hour playthrough of this case online. You may want to have that fast-forward button nearby for some frustration. But let's hear what the chat thought. Rick, who's joined me for most of it and came up with some very good observations. Thank God for the chat. Otherwise, I really would have been in trouble. Rick says, very good writing. Atmosphere was severely let down by poor execution of the puzzles. Probably could be fixed, but it's for the best it's being retired. You have plans for something on 10 p.m. or Saturday? I think we're going to play the next box on Saturday. I think we're going to start the mine with all this negative stuff we've talked about. I think we'll probably start playing the mine on Saturday. Groot says, I have to agree. Storytelling was great, let down by the poor execution of puzzles. I've only seen some, not all. I'll go to watch the rest on playback. But I haven't seen a puzzle executed well in what I have watched. That's a lot of poorly executed puzzles, not just one or two. Plus, it was a tough case. I'm glad it's over. They definitely need better quality control on this before its release, yeah. Rick says, I don't think there was a lack of effort. I just think they hadn't yet figured out what works and what doesn't. I think that's a nice way to say it. Clearly, a lot of work went into that website, especially the custom stuff. It was just not... Whether they hadn't figured out what worked or they had a different design philosophy. Like, it's almost reminded me of occasionally there's some puzzle contest and it's like, we got to make it super hard so that only, teams are going to enter and it's going to take them a week to figure it out. And you can imagine if that was your philosophy of design, then you're going to make puzzles so obscure that it takes people a week to figure it out, and people are analyzing the website source and clicking all over and moving the mouse all over every character and looking for some clickable link, or trying to enter a password in 10 different ways and then finding the one way that's exactly the right case and spacing that works. But that's not fun for 99% of the people. It's only fun for the people who that's what they're going to do this year. This one puzzle that they don't mind blindly sitting there trying every combination. Some of the connections between puzzles felt like a bit of a leap for me. And there was a couple things today that were particularly egregious. Storytelling and world building was done really well and was engaging, sadly let down by some poor mechanics. The fake enter button on the website, Infinite Loop, was intentionally cruel. I think that's another way to say it. There were some cruel things here. But it was so, like, the parts that were creepy were so well done and creepy. And I think the comment about the world building is really nice here, because it's not just that it was creepy witchcraft, like, it was a very coherent picture of sort of benign natural magic. The witchcraft world that we got a glimpse into here was really done with a nice, that and the teenage homeschooled girl that discovers the big city and town, like that was all done with a very deft, charming, gentle, sensitive element of storytelling. And I was very close to tears a couple times with those little stories. There was a very clever storytelling technique where we read excerpts of books that our main character had been reading that was related to the story, and they were like, those were tugging on heartstrings. Groot says, I do agree if they fixed and reworked all the issues and re-released it, it would be quite popular since the storytelling is so good. Not only that, but the solution is you don't have to recreate those convoluted websites. Like, you don't have to do it. Just chop off that entire ending craziness with the website. Just make it a simple paper-based figuring something out, and then you get the ending. You don't have to... Those are very convoluted, complicated ending experience that they tried to make with the website. You don't need it. You don't need it at all. Lean into the story. Don't worry about making some crazy 5-hour-long experience where most of what's happening is people are getting run in circles on a website that makes no sense. It also messes with the pace completely. Any other comments here? I really wonder what's going to happen in the next season. Like, maybe it's worth commenting on how we played this, because normally when we play these games, I'm more resistant to go to the hints. Although maybe I was more resistant than I should have been today. But we did go to the hints more often than normal, and boy, is it good we did, because 90% of the time we went to the hints, we read something and we were like, this is insane. We never would have figured out what convoluted thing this designer had in mind. So let's try to remind ourselves for the next box to even more heavily lean into accessing hints when we get stuck. I'm sure you were a bit frustrated out there watching me persist in trying to figure things out. But on the other hand, there was a rare occasion where we made a mistake. Definitely it makes you want to pull out your own brain experience at the end. Yeah, thematically though, we did get pulled into this dark abyss of this game. I felt like I was right there in the dark abyss at the end. I do hope they learned a little bit from this. What were my, well, I mentioned the main key problem in terms of puzzle design, but I think there's another one. So the main key problem, at least this is of my opinion, when you make a puzzle, when you make a challenge, something, a password that has to get entered, a puzzle has to be solved, you never want a situation where a person is guessing at 100 different options and any of those 100 could be right. A good example is like a password. If I said, okay, I'm going to give you a dossier on this person, 100 pages of information on this person's personal life, their telephone transcripts, and you have to figure out their password. That is a bad puzzle. It's a little bit realistic, but it's a bad puzzle because the only way to solve it is to go through and try 1,000 different combinations and try them in lowercase and uppercase, etc., until you stumble on, oh, this person used the name of their favorite teacher as their password, and I had to try 1,000 things. Like, that's realistic, but it's not a fun puzzle. And that's the sin most of the time here. But there is another sin that happens in this game a lot that I do think should be on your list as a designer. If you're a designer, you watch some of the frustration we played through here, it might cause you to be more serious about avoiding these things. But another problem we had here was frequently we didn't know what the game expected us to solve next. Now, in the hands of a good puzzle designer, that can be fun. A good example of a company that does this very well is Deadbolt Mystery Society. It's not uncommon for you to be working on a game and have like 2 paths, 2 puzzles you could work on. And sometimes you find yourself thinking, do I have enough to solve this puzzle? Or do I have enough to solve this puzzle? And when you solve one, then you see the thing that would let you solve it in the second one. But that works because it's a manageable number. It's always like 2 at the most. And there's always a way to logically deduce which one you have enough to solve. Here, we frequently found ourselves with like 10 passwords that it wanted. And very little clue as to which one we were supposed to have enough to solve, and huge amounts of information that we could go through to try to get a clue to it. And because the answers were so obscure, we were frequently left with like, maybe it expects us to solve this 6 things using 6 possibilities for each one. And we frequently found ourselves just randomly guessing, and occasionally it was right. Okay, so I guess we're wrapping up. Do we know who the evil spirit was? Did we ever confirm his name? That was a little bit of a weird thing. Maybe we're going to hear about it in the next season, the mine. There's the mine and the mountain. I don't know if it's just going to be slightly related or if it's going to be a direct continuation. I don't know if we're going to hear from these characters. I guess we'll find out probably on Saturday, but possibly tomorrow, depending on how this sits with me after I go to sleep. All right. Well, I appreciate your company. I appreciate the help and the patience. I guess I'll see some of you at the start of the next set. We've got, how many do we have left? 10 plus 10. We've got 20 boxes left to play before December if all goes well. 5 down, 20 left. So we've played 20%. 5 of 25, 20%. All right. Thanks for joining me. I hope the spirits don't get you. I hope you've managed to calm down after that frustrating experience. Let's all be in the past tomorrow. I'll see you then.